A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
The Jack Benny Program, transcribed and presented by Lucky Strike.
Lucky tastes better.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Better get a carton, today.
Hello, friends. This is Don Wilson. You know, that college cheer represents a lot of smoking cheer on campuses all over the country. Yes, indeed. Because a nationwide survey based on actual student interviews in 80 leading colleges reveals that more smokers in these colleges prefer Lucky's than any other cigarette. But that's not all. The survey also shows Lucky's gained far more smokers than the nation's two other principal brands combined. More important still, the reason most often given by the students for smoking Lucky's was Lucky's better taste. Yes, Lucky's do taste better because LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Fine, mild, good-tasting tobacco. And Lucky's are made better, made round and firm and fully packed to taste cleaner, fresher, smoother. So make your next carton Lucky Strike, and you'll agree Lucky's better taste is something to cheer about.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Better get a carton today.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, Los Angeles is so proud of its civic beauty that the local Chamber of Commerce supplies visiting tourists with free sightseeing buses. So let's take a tour on one of these buses and see what it's like.
Well, here we are in Beverly Hills. On the left, ladies and gentlemen, is the residence of that very fine dramatic actor, Lionel Barrymore. And to the right is the home of none other than Gary Cooper.
Gee, Gary Cooper, I could sure go for him.
Hey, remember, Poopsie, we're on our honeymoon.
Yeah, we've been married 2 days already.
Nearly 3 days.
Quiet, Mama, or we'll send you home.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're now in the heart of Beverly Hills, which has more movie stars per square mile than any other community.
Oh, look, there's Trigger.
That's my wife. She got one of those new hairdos. And now we're turning into Beverly Drive. At the moment, we're passing the home of Johnny Ray. Look, that's Johnny sitting on the porch laughing. This is his day off.
Gee, imagine the home of Johnny Ray.
Yeah, look at the little white cloud over it.
And now, folks, if you look to the right, you'll see Barbara Stanwyck's house. And next to it is the residence of Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. And next to that is the home of Jack Benny.
This is where I get off, driver. Stop the bus.
Did you stow away again?
Never mind. Stop the bus.
Watch your step getting off.
Thank you.
Forget the thanks. I don't want you to get hurt and sue the company again.
Oh, quiet.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we leave Beverly Hills and drive out to Santa Monica. Yes, folks, beautiful Santa Monica.
If anything I hate, it's a smart aleck bus driver. When you say I beg your pardon, then I'll come back to you. When you ask me to forgive you, I'll Can't you hear me calling when the rain and them are falling? Gee, was I surprised when we so surprised when we passed Barbara Stanwyck's house. She's still using those same old curtains. Hello, Rochester.
Hello, boss. You're a little late.
Yeah.
That bus must have gone to Santa Monica first today.
No, we came right to Beverly Hills. Any mail, Rochester?
No, but Miss Luella Parsons called.
Luella Parsons?
Yeah, she wants to get an interview about your career in radio and television.
Well.
And pictures.
Pictures, too?
I talked her into that.
Good. Then is she coming over for the interview?
I told her this evening would be okay.
This evening? Rochester, Luella can't come over tonight. I invited my gang for dinner.
That's good, boss.
Good? What do you mean good?
Be a big shot. Tell her you're giving the dinner in her honor.
Say. Gee, you know, Rochester, you really think fast.
I wouldn't last long around here if I didn't.
Well, you go in the kitchen and get things started, and then Come in. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. The gang get here yet?
Not yet, but guess what? Luella Parsons is coming over tonight to interview me.
She is?
Yeah. Gee, Mary, I want everything to be just right when Luella gets here. Rochester, don't forget to put flowers on the table.
Yes, sir.
And go down to the cellar and bring up some wine.
The cheap wine or the imported stuff from Cucamonga?
The imported wine, of course. Gee, Mary, imagine Luella Parsons coming to interview me. Hope everything goes along all right. Oh, Rochester.
Huh?
Don't forget to put flowers on the table.
I'm putting them.
Oh, yes.
Jack, what are you so nervous about?
I'm not nervous.
Then stop running your fingers through your hair. Put it on and relax.
All right.
Jack, the curl goes in front.
It's not a curl. That's the loop I hang it up with. Well, there's nothing wrong with being neat, you know. That loop is supposed to be in back.
Well, tuck it in. You look like Fu Manchu.
Fu Manchu. They might have a May company in China, too. You know. Look, Mary, See, I'm hot tonight. You can stop with the jokes now. Luella Parsons is coming over, and I want to make a good impression.
Well, Jack, if you really want to impress her, when she comes in, compliment her.
Compliment her?
Yes, tell her how nice she looks and that she's so much thinner than you thought she was. Women like to hear that.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
You know, Jack, I can't understand why you're so excited. Didn't Luella interview you a few weeks ago?
Yes, Mary. She wrote an article that appeared in a fan magazine about my 20 years in radio.
Was it a nice article?
Well, to tell you the truth, Mary, I never got a chance to read it.
Well, what are you going to do if Luella asks you about it?
I'll just have to change the subject, that's all. Anyway, I just thought of something. Rochester! Put some flowers on the table.
Boss, what are you going to do with Miss Parsons' feet or a barrier?
Don't be so smart. And do what I tell you. Now, Mary, come on out in the kitchen and help me get things ready. Whoop! That must be Luella now.
Oh, Jack, it's too early for her.
Oh, yes. Come in! Oh, hello, Dennis. Come on in.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Dennis.
Dennis, I'm glad you came a little early, because I wanted to...
When do we eat?
That's what I wanted to talk to you about. Now, look, Dennis, I don't want you pulling any silly stuff tonight. We're having Luella Parsons for dinner.
You promised us roast beef.
Dennis, we are having roast beef. Luella Parsons is the guest of honor.
The way prices are today, the roast beef should be the guest of honor.
You said it. Now, look, Dennis. That's a great line I had, wasn't it? You said it. I like those sporty lines. You know? Now, look, Dennis, when Luella gets here, I think it would be nice if you sing a song.
Not me.
Now, Dennis, don't be silly. If you sing for her, she might say something nice about you in her column.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of.
What?
I can just see the headline now. Dennis thrills Luella.
Look, kid.
If my girl reads that, she'll slap my face.
Dennis, unfortunately, nobody's going to slap your face. Now, you're going to sing for Luella, and let me hear the song now.
Okay, but if my girl throws me over and marries King Farouk, it'll be your fault.
Mary.
Dennis, sing.
Thanks.
Because you're mine, a brighter star I see looks down my love and envies me. Because you're mine, because you're mine, because you're mine, a breeze that hurries by becomes a melody, and why? Because you're mine, because you're mine. I only know for as long as I may live, I'll only live for the kiss that you alone may give me. And when we kiss, that isn't thunder, dear, it's only my poor heart you hear, and it's applause because you're mine. I only know for as long as I may live, I'll only live for the kiss that you alone may give me. And when we kiss, that isn't thunder, dear, it's only my poor heart you hear, and it's applause because you're
Very good, and I want you to sing it just that way when Miss Parson gets here. It'll be... Oh, I just thought of something. Rochester!
I'm putting them.
I didn't mean that. Look, Rochester, about dessert tonight.
Dessert?
Yes, I'd like to have crepe Suzette.
So would I, but we're having canned peaches.
Why can't we have crepe Suzette? Don't you know how to make them?
Oh, I know how to make them all right, but we have no brandy.
Wait a minute. What happened to those 3 bottles of brandy my sponsor gave me for Christmas?
When Phil Harris came over to say goodbye, he drank a quick toast.
How do you like that? Whoops, that must be Luella now.
All right, Jack. Now, don't get excited.
Who's excited? Rochester, answer the phone. I mean the door. The door.
Wait a minute, Jack. It'll make a better impression on Luella if you answer it and be charming and gracious.
I will. I'll even bow. I'm coming. Welcome to my humble abode.
Hey, what are you looking for, Jack? Did you drop something?
Oh, Bob, Don, the sportsman. Come on in, everybody.
Oh, hi, Jack. Hello, Mary.
Well, this is quite a coincidence, all you guys arriving at the same time.
Oh, Jack, I got here about 10 minutes ago, but I was out in the backyard looking at your swimming pool.
My swimming pool? Why?
Well, I've been thinking of having one put in myself.
You have? Bob, we've been doing that for years.
Boy, I really think.
Yeah. What do you think?
I've been thinking of having one put in myself, and I thought maybe I could pick up a few pointers on it.
Oh, yours. Go ahead. We'll get off of this show Tuesday.
Oh, that's nice, Bob.
Bob, what size swimming pool are you going to put in?
Well, just a normal size, 20 by 40. I don't think I can afford a big one like you or like my brother Bing's.
Well, my pool is pretty big. It's 60 by 100. How big is Bing's pool?
Well, I don't know, but next week's Florence Chadwick is going to try to swim it.
Gee.
But, Jack, what I want to know about is the upkeep. Is it very expensive to maintain a swimming pool?
Well, not too expensive, but there are certain costs that most people forget.
That's what I've been trying to tell you, Bob. A pool 20 by 40 requires about 40,000 gallons of water.
Oh, I don't have to worry about that. I'm filling my pool with Campbell's soup. What? You haven't lived till you've jackknifed into a whole pool full of chicken gumbo.
Gee, if a guy goes down for the third time, he can get fat. Look, fellas, before I forget, I want you all to behave yourself tonight because Luella Parsons is coming here to dinner. She's going to interview me.
Well, Jack, I thought she gave you an interview just a couple of weeks ago.
She did, and that's what I want to talk to you about. She did a big interview on me for a fan magazine. I didn't get a chance to read it. So she mentioned it. Please change the subject.
Okay.
In fact, a good idea would be not to talk about me at all. Get on some other subject. Let's talk about politics. Everybody's talking politics now.
Politics?
Yes, for instance, Adlai Stevenson. Adlai Stevenson just visited Los Angeles, and, Eisenhower had a birthday party down in Texas. We can talk about that.
By the way, how old is General Eisenhower?
He's 62.
62, huh?
And Senator Nixon is 39.
That's right.
Gee, Mr. Benny, what a coincidence.
Yeah.
You and Eisenhower are the same age.
We are not. Now, look, everybody, please remember that any time Luella brings up that fan magazine article she wrote about me, change the subject.
Oh, Jack, stop worrying.
Now, Dennis, don't forget, when Luella gets here, I want you to sing that song.
Okay.
Say, Jack, the Sportsman Quartet and I have been rehearsing a song we were going to do on the show. Would you like us to entertain Luella, too?
Say, that'd be kind of nice. What number did you prepare, Bob?
Well, we could let you hear it now. Come on, guys, let's sing it for her. I fell in love with you the first time I looked into them there eyes. You've got a certain little cute way of flirting with them there eyes. They make me feel happy, they make me blue. No stalling, I'm falling, going in a big way for sweet little you. My heart is jumping, you sure started something with them there eyes. You'd better watch them if you're wise. They sparkle, they bubble, they're going to get you in a whole lot of trouble. You're overworking them, there's danger lurking in them there eyes.
We fell in love with you first puff we ever drew. Lucky Strike. You are the perfect blend, that's why we recommend Lucky Strike. November, December, the whole year through. There's nothing beats puffin' on a Lucky, no other will do.
I know a thing about, so I can sing about Lucky Strike. They have a taste that you will like.
Good.
All others forswear 'em. You'll know the reason if you tear and compare 'em.
The finest cigarette you're ever gonna get. Lucky, Lucky Strike.
Bob, and I'm glad you and the boys thought of it, and Luella will love it. Coming. Oh, darn it, Rochester had to leave that footstool in the middle of the hall.
Well, get up and the loop goes in back.
All right. I'm coming.
Jack, don't forget to tell her that she's much thinner than you thought she was.
I'll tell her. Well, Luella Parsons, what a surprise.
Hello, Jack.
Well, come in, Luella.
I would have been here sooner, but the bus went to Santa Monica first.
Oh, yes. Say, Luella, don't put this in your column, but when you passed Barbara Stanwyck's house, did you notice those curtains?
Oh, yes. I have the same kind in my house.
Well, aren't they lovely? Come on in, Luella. I want you to meet my gang. Right this way. They're in the other room. Oh, darn that footstool.
Well, don't stand there. Pick me up.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry, Luella. Hey, fellas, I got a surprise for you. Luella Parsons.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Luella. Come in.
Yep, she's here for an interview.
How are you, Luella? I haven't seen you for a long time.
I'm just fine, Mary. Just fine.
Well, you look wonderful. Doesn't she, Jack?
Huh?
Doesn't she look wonderful, Jack? Huh?
Oh, yes. You know, Luella, you're not nearly as fat as I thought you were. I mean, Luella, you really look very slender.
That's because she's standing next to Don Wilson.
Janice, behave yourself. Luella, you know everybody here, don't you?
Oh, yes, of course I do. Oh, Bob, by the way, you're new on Jack's show, aren't you?
That's right, Luella. This is my first season.
Say, how do you like working for Jack?
Oh, it's wonderful. Such a happy gang. We're always laughing. At rehearsals, we laugh. During the show, we laugh. When we get our checks, we laugh.
Yes.
When we try to cash them, we get hysterical.
Maybe, please. By the way, Luella, when is this interview you're giving me going to appear in print? Huh?
Next week. But first, I'll tell all about it on my Luster Cream Shampoo program, Tuesday night on the CBS Radio Network.
Oh, then you can do me a big favor, Luella. Would you mention that next Sunday, November 2nd, I'm going to do another television show. See, Dinah Shore is going to be my guest star, and we're going to do Buck Benny Rides Again.
You know, Jack, anything I can do for you, I'm glad to. I'll mention it.
Thank you. Now, is there anything else you want to know, Luella?
Yeah, when do we eat?
I'm sorry, I almost forgot about dinner.
I didn't.
I know.
Dinner, sir.
Come on, everybody. Let's go in the dining room. Everybody, we're going to eat. Now, sit right here, Luella. Let me fill up your plate. Some roast beef, some green peas, and some mashed potatoes.
Oh, thank you. I just love mashed potatoes. By the way, Jack, how did you like the magazine article I wrote about you a few weeks ago? Did you like what
Here, Luella, have some more mashed potatoes. They're delicious.
Oh, thank you, Jack. Did you read the...
Here, Luella, have some more mashed potatoes.
Oh, thank you, Mary. Now, as I was saying, I wrote a magazine article about Jack, which appeared in the mashed potatoes. I mean, Fan magazine.
Mashed potato? Oh, sure, Luella. Here, have all you want.
Now, Jack, the main purpose of tonight's interview is to get your reactions to television.
My reactions to television?
Yes. Television is more difficult for the actors than radio. Now, isn't it, Jack?
Oh, that's right, Luella. It is. Television is very demanding. You see, an actor has to rehearse for hours. Then he has to shave as closely as possible. And then the makeup. You don't know what they have to go through makeup. The makeup department spends an hour putting a base on them, then the first layer of makeup, then the second layer of makeup. Then they tweeze your eyebrows and rouge your lips.
All that just to be squirted in the face with a seltzer bottle?
Oh, it's murder, you know?
Well, I'll make some notes of this for my new article. By the way, Jack, getting back to the other article I did about you, did you read...
Here, Luella, have some more mashed potatoes.
Oh, that was very thoughtful of you, Don, wasn't it, Luella? Luella? Luella, where are you?
Right over here behind the mashed potatoes.
Oh, well, dig a hole in the middle so I can see it. There, that's it. Now, Luella, rather than just having you ask me a lot of questions, I'll give you a brief story of my life.
All right, Jack, go right ahead.
Now, I was born in Waukegan, Illinois. After graduating grammar school, I took an interest in music. Later, I went to Chicago, where I studied the violin under Hugo Korchak at the Chicago Conservatory of Music. After 4 years of intensive study, my professor took a personal interest in me and arranged for my first appearance...
Shut up!
From that time on, Luella, my career grew by leaps and bounds. In 1934, I was lured to Hollywood and pictures, where I made Broadway Mellery, Hollywood Review, and To Be or Not to Be.
And, Jack, didn't you make a picture called Man About Town?
Yes, Luella. Then I made George Washington Slept Here, Lost Horizon, Gone with the Wind, A World in His Arms, The Snows of Kilimanjaro, Francis Goes to Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga, The Thief, Ivanhoe, The Great Caruso, Sudden Fear, Somebody Loves Me. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow, October 27th, is Navy Day. So let's join the Navy League of the United States in paying grateful tribute to the heroes of the Navy, both living and dead. Thank you.
Jack will be back in just a moment, but first...
Lucky, taste better.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Better get a carton, better get a carton, better get a carton today.
You may not cheer right out loud like that when you first try Lucky's. You may only whisper, Lucky's do taste better. And I'd like to tell you why. Lucky's better taste begins with fine, mild, good-tasting tobacco. LS-MFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Then, too, Lucky's are made better, round, firm, fully packed, to taste cleaner, fresher, smoother. No wonder so many college students are cheering about Lucky's better taste. You see, a recent nationwide survey based on actual student interviews in 80 leading colleges reveals that more smokers in these colleges prefer Lucky's than any other cigarette, and by a wide margin. In addition, Lucky's gained far more smokers than the nation's two other principal brands combined. And the number one reason the students gave for smoking Lucky's was better taste. So enjoy Lucky's better taste yourself. Get a cleaner, fresher, smoother smoke. Yes, be happy. Go Lucky. Make your next carton Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go Lucky Strike today.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Luella Parsons for appearing on my program tonight. Next Sunday, I'll be doing my second television show of the season, which will go on immediately after my radio show. I hope you'll all be listening and looking. Good night, everybody.
The Jack Benny program is written by Sam Perrin, Milt Josephsberg, George Balzer, John Tackerberry, and produced and transcribed by Hilliard Marks. The Jack Benny program is brought to you by Lucky Strike, product of the American Tobacco Company, America's leading manufacturer of cigarettes.
Stay tuned for the Amos and Andy Show, which follows immediately over the CBS Radio Network.
Jack Benny program, transcribed and presented by Lucky Strike.
Lucky, taste better.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Better get a carton today.
Hi, friends. This is Don Wilson. You could say that cheer is the voice of collegiate America, speaking right up on the subject of cigarettes. Here's what I mean. A nationwide survey in 80 leading colleges, based on actual student interviews, reveals that more smokers in these colleges prefer Lucky's than any other cigarette, and by a wide margin. In addition, Lucky's gained far more smokers than the nation's two other principal brands combined. And why? The number one reason the students gave for smoking Lucky's was better taste. That's right, better taste, because LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Better taste because Lucky's are made better, packed just right to give you a cleaner, fresher, smoother smoke. So be happy, go Lucky, and you too will cheer Lucky's better taste, because I know Lucky's better taste will cheer you.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Better get a carton today.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, immediately after this program, Jack Benny does his second television show of the season. Meanwhile, let's go back to Friday evening. It's Halloween. And in Beverly Hills, as in communities all over the country, the little goblins have already started through the neighborhood playing trick or treat.
Well, this is the last house in the block. Before we go to the next street, I think we ought to put all the stuff that we got in one big bag. You go first, Bobby.
And Joey. Bobby and me change masks.
Oh, well, it doesn't make any difference. Let's all empty our pockets and see what we got.
I'll go first. I got a piece of fudge, a stick of gum, and 2 lollipops.
I got an apple, some popcorn, 2 cookies, and a chocolate bar.
I got some lemon drops, a peppermint stick, and a donut.
I got a Tootsie Roll, a package of rice. And a can of Strong Heart. Dog food.
Hey, fellas, we're wasting time. Let's get over to the next street and knock on some more doors.
Yeah, come on, kids, let's go. Yeah.
Hey, Bobby, there's that new kid that moved into the neighborhood.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Bud. Hiya, fellas.
Butch, I want you to meet the treasurer of our club, Mr. Jack Benny. Hiya, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Butch.
You can be very proud that you've met Mr. Benny.
I can? Why?
You've just shaken the hand that knocked out Gene Tunney.
And tell Butch why Mr. Benny went to Finland this year. Yeah. Mr. Benny was the most decorated athlete on the United States Olympic team.
Well, gee, what event was he in?
Are you kidding? He won the 100-meter dash, the pole vault, the discus throw, the broad jump, and the high hurdles.
Holy smoke. That was in the morning.
Oh, boy, what an athlete.
Yeah, Mr. Benny doesn't want anybody to know it. He even wears big pads in his coat so his muscles won't show.
And not only that, Butch, Mr. Benny's in the movies, too. He made a picture called The Horn Blows...
Come on, fellas. Come on, let's go. Halloween will be over before we know it. Now, let's go ring some more doorbells.
Okay.
Hey, kids, this is the street where Mary Livingston lives. I'm going over and see her, kids.
Okay.
I'll be back in just a few minutes. Gee, I hope the maid is out tonight so Mary will open the door herself. Boy, will this mask fool her. Trick or treat.
Miss Livingston.
What is it, Pauline? What's the matter?
There's a wolf man at the door.
A wolf man? Oh, Pauline. It's probably some kid. I'll go see.
Mary, it's me.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Jack. Pauline, come out from under the bed.
Did the wolfman go away?
It's not a wolfman. It's Mr. Benny. He pulled his toupee down over his face and cut 2 eyes in it.
Yeah. Mary, do you mind if I come in and sit down for a few minutes? I'm worn out.
Worn out? Why are you so tired?
I don't know. I guess I haven't gotten over the Olympics.
What?
I mean, I walked over from Olympic Boulevard. Oh, boy, let me get into that chair. Say, Mary, I'm not keeping you from anything, am I?
Well, not right now, Jack, but in a little while I've got to go over and help my sister Babe with a Halloween party.
Babe's having another Halloween party? Funny she didn't invite me.
Well, after what happened last year, you can't blame her. What a cheap costume.
What do you mean?
You didn't spend a dime. You put on a pair of shorts, stood out in the cold, and came as Little Boy Blue.
Oh, you're just mad because they gave me first prize. Gosh, my feet hurt. Do you mind if I slip off my shoes?
No, go right ahead.
Ah, that feels better. You know, Mary, we've walked all over the neighborhood.
Jack, I know that's a nice bunch of kids who belong to the Beavers Club, but don't you think you're a little too old for them?
A little, but it's good for kids to have a hero, an idol, you know, someone they can worship.
I know, but what kind of an excuse are you going to give them Wednesday when they find out you weren't elected president?
That's what worries me. The kids won't believe it. They'll demand a recount. Oh, well, I'll think of something.
Mr. Benny! Mr. Benny! We're waiting for you.
Oh, the Beavers are calling me. I gotta go.
All right, Jack. I'm glad you stopped by.
Good night, Mary.
Night. Oh, Pauline.
Here I am, Miss Livingston. Did Mr. Benny leave?
Yes, Pauline, but he'll be back.
How do you know?
He forgot his shoes.
Oh.
Here.
Thanks. All right, fellas, I'm coming. Let's go ring some more doorbells. Gee, kids, we've walked about 3 miles since we left Mary's house. Huh?
Hey, Mr. Benny, isn't this the house where Dennis Day lives?
Yeah. Say, let me go to the door alone. I want to scare Dennis's mother. You kids wait here. I think I'll look in the front window first and see if Mrs. Day is home. Good, it's open, too.
Oh, Dennis! Dennis, where are you?
I'm in the library, Benita.
Dennis, stop imitating Ronald Coleman. Now go sit down and finish your dinner.
Okay. Say, Mother, why are you carrying that baseball bat?
In case some fathead comes to the door to play trick or treat. Dennis, what happened to all the mustard that was in this jar?
Oh, I used it to play a Halloween trick.
A Halloween trick with mustard?
Yeah, I smeared it all over your new nightgown.
What? You smeared mustard on my new nightgown?
Not so loud. You're not supposed to find out till you go to bed.
Oh, every day they're getting babies mixed up in hospitals. But I have to get the right one. Now, Dennis, you've got to rehearse your song for the program, so let me hear it.
Okay, Mother.
getting out of here. I wouldn't go near Mrs. Day with that baseball bat in her hand.
Hey, Mr. Benny, did you scare Dennis's mother?
No, there was nobody home.
But I thought I heard somebody singing with a beautiful voice.
That was me. Da-da-da-dum, da-da-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-da-dum. Hey, kids, there's a friend of mine coming down the street. You hide in the bushes, and I'll put on my mask and scare him.
Oh,
Oh, boy, when he sees this mask, he won't know who it is. He'll jump out of his skin. Boom!
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Mr. Cantor! Mr. Kitzel, how'd you recognize me in these old clothes?
You were dressed the same way at the opening of the Stettler Hotel?
Oh, yes. It was a publicity stunt.
Oh.
Well, Mr. Kitzel, what are you doing out on the street? Don't you know this is Halloween?
Yes, I know, Halloween. This is the night when hobgoblins and spookses and monsters and witches roam the street.
Then what are you doing out?
I'm looking for my wife.
Oh.
Maybe you saw her.
Well, I don't know, Mr. Kitzel. I don't quite remember what she looks like.
Well, she's a very cute little woman, about 5'3".
5'3"?
In any direction.
You mean your wife is that fat?
She weighs in the neighborhood of 300 pounds.
Really?
Yeah, and when she takes off her girdle, she's all over the neighborhood.
Mr. Kitzel, you're kidding.
Anyway, I want my wife to come home and help me straighten out the house. Some kids tipped it over.
Tipped over your house?
Tip.
Why, your house must be awfully small.
Small. In the morning, if you get out of the right side of the bed, you're in the kitchen. If you get out on the left side of the bed, you're in the bathroom. And if you get out from the front of the bed, you're on the sunset bus.
Hey, you have got a small house, but I can't understand how a youngster could tip it over.
Where I live, that's not unusual. My, are those kiddies tough.
Really tough, huh?
Today, a gang of them asked me to bob for apples.
Well, Mr. Kitzel, that's the custom on Halloween. All kids bob for apples.
I know, but in my neighborhood, they use boiling water.
I see.
I'm happy. Well, goodbye, Mr. Benny. I got to be running along.
Goodbye, Mr. Kitzel. It was nice meeting you again.
Likewise, I'm convinced.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Kitzel, don't forget the boat Tuesday.
Oh, I'll be there. You can be sure.
Hey, kids, beavers, where are you?
Here we are, Mr. Benny. While you were talking to that man, we rang some more doorbells.
Yeah, we divided up our stuff we got. We dumped it all out on the sidewalk. We got a bag of circus peanuts, a stick of gum, a penny, a bottle of Coke, and a Tootsie Roll.
I'll take the Coca-Cola.
I'll take the Tootsie Roll.
I'll take the lollipop.
Now, it's between you and me, Mr. Benny. Which do you want, the stick of gum or the penny?
Well, I guess I'll take the stick of gum.
Okay, then get your foot off the penny.
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. Say, kids, while we're in this neighborhood, let's go over to Bob Crosby's house.
Okay. Right.
Gee, Bob Crosby lives in a swanky neighborhood.
He sure does.
Yes, sir. You know, he's working for me now.
Which house is Bob's? The one with the for sale sign.
I'll ring the bell.
Yes?
Trick or treat!
Hello, Bob.
Well, hi, Jack. Gosh, who are these guys with you? Your riders?
No. These kids are beavers.
Beavers? Oh, certainly I should have known. Your riders look more like gophers.
Yeah, 3 of them type with their teeth. Let's go in, kids.
Who is it, Bob?
Oh, honey, Jack Benny's here with the beavers.
Oh, how nice.
Jack, I don't think you've ever met my wife. This is June.
Well, I'm very glad to know you.
Thank you. Now, kids, there's a lot of candy on the dining room table, so don't be bashful.
Oh, boy. Come on, fellas.
Jack, come back here.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry.
Well. So I finally met Jack Benny.
That's right. Yeah, I suppose Bob has told you all about me.
Oh, yes. May I help you to a chair?
Help me to...
Say, Jack.
What?
You know, it's kind of bad you didn't get here a few minutes earlier. All the guys in the band were out celebrating Halloween. They all dropped in.
The boys in our orchestra?
Yeah, boy, what a gang. Especially Sammy, the drummer.
Sammy, what did he do?
He painted his head orange, put a lighted candle in his mouth, and came as a jack-o'-lantern.
Thought I heard a drum in your house. No kidding, Bobby. Listen, has Sammy been drinking?
I think so. He sneezed and set the curtains on fire.
Well, how do you like that? Say, was Bagby the piano player here, too?
Yes, Jack, Bagby was here, but I must admit that he was very dignified.
Bagby dignified?
Ultra. My goodness, he put a cork in the hole in his head and came as Lord Calvert.
Oh, my goodness. I wish I could have seen those guys. Hey, Bob, tell me, what about Remley?
You're standing on him.
I thought it was a bearskin rug. Well, it's getting late. The Beavers and I better run along. See you later, Bob. It's been a pleasure meeting you, June.
Thank you.
So long.
Goodbye, Jack.
Goodbye, Jack.
Come on, Beavers. Come on.
See, that Bob Crosby's a nice guy. And what a wife. Yeah, she's beautiful. She certainly is. She's got the bluest eyes I've ever seen.
Oh, yeah? Come over here under the streetlight. There. Now, come on, kids. We got about 5 more houses. Now, where do we go next?
Hey, I know a good Halloween trick.
What?
Well, there are 5 of us. Let's go tip over Don Wilson.
No, we mustn't do that. But let's go over to his house anyway.
Okay.
Now, come on, Beavers. It's getting late. Now, kids, here's Don Wilson's house. It's dark inside, but the door's open. I better go in alone.
Okay.
Wait here. Don. It's so dark in here. Don, where are you?
Jack, we're in here.
Who's we?
Me.
What?
Me and the sportsman.
Oh, Don, what are you doing in this big house with all the lights out?
We're telling ghost stories.
No!
Jack, we've got a wonderful Halloween song we want to do.
A song, yeah?
Yeah, and there are a few places where you join in. There's one place where we want you to do a weird, crazy laugh.
No kidding. All right, let's start.
Oh, we have to wait around about 10 seconds.
Why?
Well, we can't start till it's 9:26 Boulevard Witch time.
Well, come on. We've only got about 5 seconds more.
Okay, ready, everybody? Take it, boys. L-S-M-F-T
give you a thrill. There's a house on a hill, full of spooks, but we will frighten them away.
Take off my toupee.
The horses will prowl. This is our night to howl, and we'll hoot like an owl.
Hoot, hoot.
We are the goblins who know where the warm breezes blow and tobacco leaves grow.
LSMFT, that's the smoke for me.
Take a tip from a ghost. With tobacco they toast. It's the one you like most. Out, out.
Now?
No.
Oh. Now?
Yes.
Ooh.
When the end is small. Before you get frightened, you'd better start lighting the lucky, and then you can go. We are the goblins who know how to louse up your show.
Come on, fellas, let's go right out on the street to play trick or treat.
Now we will fly through the air, find some luckies to share. Some to tear and compare. Beware. You will like Lucky Strike.
John, that was wonderful. Absolutely wonderful.
Oh, thanks, Jack. Maybe we could use it as a commercial on the program sometime, huh?
No, that would scare all the people. Well, I better go. The beavers are waiting for me. So long, Don.
So long, Jack.
So long. Hey, kids, come on out and we'll... Kids! Now, where did they go? I better give the beaver a call. That's the beaver distress signal. I better hurry. Coming, fellas, coming! I wonder what happened. I hope it's nothing serious. Well, there they are behind that fence. What happened, fellas? What happened?
Stevie tore his pants climbing over this fence. Yeah, and I want to go home.
Oh, come on, Stevie. That's nothing to cry over. What's so bad about tearing a hole in your pants?
I was carrying my rabbit there and he got away. I want to go home.
Oh, don't let that rip in your pants spoil our fun. I'll climb over the fence and fix it for you. Well, I better go home, too. So long, fellas. We all better go.
Okay, Mr. Banks. Before we break up, we want to say something to you.
What is it, fellas?
For he's a jolly good beaver, for he's a jolly good beaver, for he's a jolly good beaver. But we wish he'd pay his dues.
I will, fellas, I will. I see you at the next meeting. So long, beaver.
Benny, bye.
So long. Gee, what a night. Such fun. Yeah, it's great to be young. Going around from door to door and... Uh-oh. I wonder... Well, it won't hurt to try. Trick or treat?
I'm sorry, but I'm only the watchman in this bank.
Some people never get into the Halloween spirit. Oh, well, I might as well go home. For I'm a jolly good beaver, for I'm a jolly good beaver, for I'm a jolly good beaver. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be back in a minute because I want to tell you what I'm going to do today on my television show, which goes on immediately after this program. But first, here's something very important about the election. Your duty as a free citizen is to vote. and this coming Tuesday is the day. So make a note to be sure to vote. Join your friends and neighbors at the ballot box Tuesday and vote as you please, but vote. See you at the polls. Thank you.
Jack will be back in just a moment, but first...
Lucky's taste better.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Better get a carton today.
You know, friends, it's only natural for Lucky smokers to be enthusiastic about the cigarette that tastes so much better. And Lucky's do taste better. That's because LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Fine, mild, and naturally good-tasting tobacco. What's more, you enjoy the full flavor of that fine tobacco because Lucky's are packed full and firm, made better in every way to taste cleaner, fresher, smoother. No wonder so many college students are voicing their preference for Lucky's. Remember, a nationwide survey in 80 leading colleges based on actual student interviews reveals that more smokers in these colleges prefer Lucky's than any other cigarette. And remember that Lucky's gained far more smokers than the nation's two other principal brands combined. But most of all, remember the number one reason the students gave for smoking Lucky's: better taste. So, friends, get the better taste that only fine tobacco and a better-made cigarette can give you. Be happy. Go Lucky. Make your next carton Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go Lucky Strike today.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. See, I came back just like I promised. I want to tell you that on my television show, which goes on in exactly 30 seconds on the CBS television network, I'm going to have as my guest star Dinah Shore, and we're going to do Buck Benny Rides Again. So for those of you who haven't got a television set, you've got 30 seconds to buy one. If you live in Waukegan, my cousin Cliff Gordon will have one going in the window. See you in a few seconds.
Jack Benny program this week was written by Milt Josephsberg, John Tackerberry, Al Gordon, Hal Goldman, and produced and transcribed by Hilliard Mark. Jack Benny program is brought to you by Lucky Strike, product of the American Tobacco Company, America's leading manufacturer of cigarettes.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp and his music, and yours truly, Bill Foreman.
History shows that RCA, the parent company of RCA Victor, has consistently scored many pioneering firsts in electronics and broadcasting. It is thanks to RCA, for example, that nationwide network broadcasting is soon to celebrate its silver anniversary. RCA formed the National Broadcasting Company on September 9, 1926, and from that date, radio expanded to become America's number one means of mass communication. But RCA did not limit itself to radio. It vigorously pioneered in other fields. And one of its newest achievements is Superset Television, that brings you clearest reception possible in the city or in the country. You get virtually no interference. The RCA Victor Hampton, for instance, is a superset with picture power. Look for it when you go television shopping. That's the Hampton. 17-inch Consulette television with amazing picture power. Remember, too, that the sure sign of quality is the name RCA Victor, cornerstone of home entertainment for 3 generations. And now the star
stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris. 2 weeks ago, at a meeting of the Parent Teachers Association, it was decided to form a school orchestra. When the question of getting a capable musician to lead the children was raised, Phil jumped to his feet and offered his services as conductor. There was a moment of stunned silence, and then the principal recovered his composure and said,
"What's the matter? You crazy or something?"
However, no one else volunteered, so Phil got the job.
Okay, kids, settle down. All right, let's settle down, kids. Quiet. Settle down. That's it. Let's have it nice and quiet. And look, if you're going to keep practicing at my house, you got to play better than that. We've been rehearsing this number for 2 weeks. Now let's play it good. Are you ready, children? 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait a minute. Now, what little wise guy sneaked that ending in? Who wrote this arrangement?
I did.
Well, who are you?
Herman Lombardo Jr.
Why don't you play with your Uncle Guy's band?
He's got too many relatives with him now. He's got to farm some of us out.
Okay. Farm some of you out. Now, look, kids. You didn't play that well at all. Baby Alice, what kind of a way is that to play the piano? You sound like you're snapping at it with your teeth.
Sorry, Daddy, but I'm a little confused.
Me too. Are we supposed to play this pizzicato, allegro, or fortissimo?
Who sneaked that Eskimo in here?
Daddy, those are musical terms. They're Italian.
I know that. Now, children, you play the first 8 bars cacciatore and segue into a scalatini. And do it right, because I don't want anybody pulling...
Mr. Harris, do you know anything about music?
Oh, you silly child. Listen, I'll have you know I've been leading a band for 25 years.
Answer the boy's question.
Alice, please. No kibitzing, huh? Son, music happens to be my business, and I know every phase of it. Now, you kids haven't been playing your instruments right. You haven't been trying hard enough. Especially you, little girl. You've been sitting there all morning with that thing in your mouth, and not a note has come out. What's wrong?
This is a lollipop.
Oh. I thought it was a short oboe with a red reed.
Phil, I think you're being a little too harsh with the children.
But, Alice, don't you understand? They're giving their first concert here tonight, and their folks are going to be here, and they got to play good.
What's the matter with the way we're playing?
It ain't right. Kids, I don't want to strain your childish minds, but the trumpet section isn't right. The woodwinds are off, and as for you over there, you've hit nothing but clinkers.
If you don't like the way I play my guitar, get somebody else. I'm only doing this to help you and the kids. You needed somebody who could read music.
All right, Remley. Don't get excited. You've been a big help. Now, we're going to start over again, children, and to make sure that we're all in the right key, I'm going to ask Mr. Remley to hit a C. Well, go ahead, Frankie. Hit a C.
Don't rush me. I'm looking for it. Which one is C, Curly?
How stupid can you be, Remley? C is the note that comes after, comes just before... Wait a minute. Do, re, mi. Do. Hit a me, Remley.
Beg your pardon?
I said hit a me.
I don't want to hit you, boss. I like you.
Oh, that's a big joke.
Get a load of Luigi and his mother. Listen, now, will you stop clowning around, Remley, and hit a C?
Okay. Hit that right on the nose.
You certainly did. It sounds like it's bleeding.
Phil, if you expect the children to play a concert tonight, you'd better get on with the rehearsal.
All right, honey, all right. All right now, children. Now, let's do it right this time. Phyllis, you ain't playing those drums good enough.
But, Daddy, I don't want to play the drums. They're nothing but a lot of noise.
How can you say that? The drum is very important. What would an orchestra be without the concussion section? Now, look, I'm going to show you how to play them. I'll tell you what you do. You come down here and conduct, Phyllis.
I don't know how to conduct, Daddy.
Well, there's nothing to it, honey. You've seen me lead my band 100 times. Just do what I do. Now, here's my baton. Go ahead.
Very well. All right, you guys. Put your shoes on, drop them raisin forms, and pay attention.
Wait a minute. Must have been listening to Spade Cooley. Look, you better let me conduct. I got to make this gang around here sound better.
Mr. Harris, may I make a suggestion?
Why, yes. What is it, son?
Don't you think it would help immeasurably if we segregated the woodwinds from the percussions, thereby eliminating the discordant reverberance, giving us a better acoustical balance?
Remley, what? Take this kid outside and burp him. Look, Einstein.
Mr. Harris, I don't mean to be fresh, but I think my uncle would make a better leader for this orchestra than you. He knows more about classical music.
Are you kidding? I know more about classical music than any man alive.
But my uncle is Leopold Stokowski.
I don't care if he's Borominovich. I suppose you think you know more about music than I do.
My father thinks I do.
What does your father know about music?
The Philharmonic Orchestra is giving a concert tonight, and my father's the guest conductor.
Oh, he's doing guest spots, huh? If he was any good, he'd have his own band. Now, let me get this straight. I'm the leader here, and you'll do as I say. Now, I want everybody...
But I don't think you're doing it right.
Hold it. Look, Buster, if you've got a beef, let's go out in the alley and settle it. Don't worry, I can take care of myself. I've handled these sidemen before. I know what they're like.
Mr. Harris.
What do you want?
Let's stop horsing around and start playing.
All right, all right. Now, look, there's one thing you kids got to remember. There's only two ways an orchestra can play, the right way or the wrong. And I'm going to show you the difference.
How?
Well, you see, honey, my band once made a recording for RCA Victor, and I'm going to play it for you.
But why show them the wrong way first?
Well, this is one of the good records I made. Now, pay attention, huh? Young Johnny Jones, he had a cute little boat, and all the girlies he would take for a float. He had girlies on the shore, sweet little peaches by the score. But Johnny was a Weisenheimer, you know. His steady girl was Flo. And every Sunday afternoon, they'd jump in his boat, and then they'd spoon. And then he'd row, row, row. Right up that river he would row, row, row. A hug he'd give her, then he'd kiss her now and then. She would tell him when. He'd fool around, and then he'd kiss again, and then he'd row, row, row. A little further he would row, just he and Flo. And with her head on his chest, he'd take a few measures rest, and then he'd row, row. In Johnny's boat he had a cute little seat, and all the kisses that he stole were so sweet. And he knew just how to row. He was a rowing Romeo. He had an island where the trees were so grand. He knew just how to land. Then tales of love he'd tell to flow till it was time for them to go. And then he'd row, row, row. On up that river he would row so slow. That hug he'd give her, then he'd kiss her now and then. She would tell him when. He'd fool around, and then he'd kiss again. A little further he would row, just he and Flo. Then he'd drop both his oars, take a few more encores, and then he'd row, 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 just he and Florence. Row, row, row right into heaven. Row, row. He had no Johnson motors, so Johnny and Flo would row, row, row. Well, children, there you are.
There we are what?
Well, that was my band. How'd you like it, Patricia? Who asked you? How'd the rest of you like it?
I didn't care much for the band, but I thought the vocalist was fine.
You did?
Yeah. How long has Tallulah Bankhead been singing with your band?
That was me, son, and my band sounded great. I wish you kids played half as good.
It's not our fault, Daddy. You've got us playing instruments we don't want to play. I want to play the violin, Laurie wants to play the oboe, and Bruce wants to play the bassoon.
I know, Phyllis, honey, but we don't have those instruments, and you're just going to have to play what we got.
Really, the kids are right. You can't force them to play an instrument unless they have a natural aptitude for it. Certain people are born to do certain things. Take me, for instance. I was born to play the guitar.
That's what you were born for?
Yeah.
Your old man should have barbecued the store. However, if it's going to help the orchestra any, I'll go out and buy those instruments. In fact, I'll buy them all new instruments.
Now, wait a minute, Phil. There are 20 children here. Buying instruments for all of them will cost you a fortune.
I don't care what it costs. Nothing is too good for the children. If buying instruments will make their little hearts happy, I'm going to get it for them and blast the expense. That's the kind of guy I am.
That's Turner, Wonga.
Wonga, how long has this kid known me? I thought you just picked him up and bring him. Look, I'm going to buy him all new instruments.
I'm warning you, Phil. It'll cost you a lot of money.
Not if he goes to the right place, Alice. Curly, I happen to know a guy who has a large stock of musical instruments.
Oh? And under what manhole cover do we find this hot hearty?
Curly, please. This guy's an honest businessman. You know I wouldn't take the kids to any shady characters.
Well, I certainly hope you wouldn't. And I think in a time like this, I'll give you a go, huh?
All right.
Come on, kids. Let's go down. We're all going to buy new instruments, huh?
Hey, come on.
All right, quiet down, you kids. Quiet now. Behave yourselves. My friend's store is right down the street here. Now, when we get in, I want you all to act like little ladies and gentlemen.
We will, Uncle Frankie.
Oh, and another thing. When we get in this pawn shop, don't handle the revolvers. You never know when they might be loaded.
Frankie!
I'm only warning them. I lost my dear old grandmother.
Okay. What's the matter with you? We have not taken any kids into a pawn shop.
Why not? Uncle Herman's Hockery is a very nice place.
All right, I don't care about it. The kids are still not going. Now, come on, children. There's a music shop down the street right next to the market. We'll go in there and buy the instruments. Come on, kids, follow me.
I feel kind of silly walking down the street with all these kids following us. People are beginning to look at us.
Let them look. I don't mind. I like to have a bunch of kids with me.
Mm-hmm.
I feel real important having all these cute little kids following me down the street.
Well, if it ain't the pie-eyed piper of ham house.
No, what's he doing out here?
I don't know. They forgot to wash the streets last night. All right, Judy, you can go ahead now. We ain't got no time.
Wait a minute. Why are all them kids chasing you? What did you guys steal from them?
We didn't steal nothing from them, and they ain't chasing us. They're with us. We're taking them around.
What are you doing, running a floating marble game?
Don't be a little wise. I wonder if there's any money in there. With loaded marbles, it could...
Remley.
Just amusing.
I know.
I still want to know what you're doing with them kids.
Well, if you must know, they're our protégés. They needed help, and Frankie and me are teaching them.
What could they be learning?
They're learning to be like us. That's what they're learning.
Oh, they're studying to be complete idiots, huh?
Wait a minute. When you get lost, go next door to your meat market and pat the liver. Come on, Remley, let's go to the music shop. Look, kids, all you kids better wait out here till we see if they have what we want. Hey, Remley, they got all kinds of instruments here. We ought to be able to get anything we want.
Yeah. Wonder where the salesman is. How about a little service around here? We want to get waited on.
What's on your mind, Mac?
What are you, on skates? What are you doing in there now?
I gotta wait on you. The guy who owns this place went out to lunch and he asked me to watch the store.
Oh, he picked a good boy. Good boy.
Don't be snide. Now then, what do you want? And whatever it is you can't afford the price, I'm going to mark it up to.
Look, kid, don't try to put anything over on me. I'm too sharp for you. I'll look around and see what I want.
Hey, Curly, we have a large string section, so we ought to get a couple of these, huh?
Yeah, hey. Hey, they look good, too. And that finish feels...
Don't finger the merchandise!
But I'm just feeling the...
Get your Cherokee choppers off of them pillows! You ain't touching nothing till you buy it.
All right. Now, show me your complete line of concert instruments, and don't try to fool me. Because if there's one thing I know about, it's musical instruments.
Oh, I'm fully aware of your musical knowledge. I know you understand quality and fine instruments. Therefore, I'd like to show you this little number first. This'll be the pride of your brass section.
Hey, that's a good-looking instrument. Fine brass, expert craftsmanship, and I see it's got a good tone. Hey, do you mind if I try it?
How do you like that? I saw him a spittoon and he wants to play it.
Why don't you take it, Curly? I'll accompany you on the rubber mat.
One at a time.
Look, you two guys, if you want... Oh, thank goodness, here comes the boss. He can wait on you.
Oh, hello. Are you the owner of this place?
Yes.
Well, I'm Phil Harris, and I want to buy some instruments for my orchestra.
Yes, sir. I'll be happy to help you. Oh, are you the Phil Harris whose band I hear on the radio?
That's right.
Do me a favor. Don't buy any instruments here. It'll only give my store a bad name. I've only had the place about a month. My wife's folks put up the money, and I don't wish to...
All right, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Don't tell me your troubles. I'm 100 years old. I just come in here for a minute. Look, how much would it cost me to buy 20 instruments for an orchestra? And mind you, I want the best.
20 of the best instruments?
Yeah.
Let me figure. Let me see. 20. Would $34,000 be asking too much?
$34,000 for instruments? What are they all, Stradivarius?
Well, the cheapest ones would cost you $3,000.
Look, I can't do no business with you, bud. I'm sorry. Come on, Remley. Let's get out of this joint. All right. I'll just have to tell the kids I can't afford to buy them instruments. They'll understand.
Well, Daddy, did you and Uncle Frankie buy us all new instruments?
No, we didn't, honey. We wanted to, but they were too expensive.
I told you they were a couple of cheapskates.
Look, kids, we tried, but we didn't have enough money. I'm sorry.
Excuses. That's all we ever get.
Well, I tell you, I tried.
You can't do this,
All right, quiet. Quiet now, kids. Quiet. Now, it'll be Mr. Harris and me will think of something. Now, in the meantime, why don't all 20 of you go next door and buy some ice cream? Treats on me. Here's the money.
Thanks, Uncle Frankie. Do we have to bring back change?
Nah, spend the whole dime. Eat till your butt.
Wait a minute, kid. Bradley, what's the matter with you? There are 20 kids and you give them a dime for ice cream.
Them popsicles are pretty big. They ought to get at least 2 licks apiece out of it.
All right. Give him back his dime, fellas. Here's a $5 bill.
Give him back his 5, kid. Here's 100. And bring back the change.
Grogan. Listen, Grogan, why did you give those children $100?
I always give them big bills.
Why?
Nobody would suspect the kid of trying to pass the stuff.
No, my daughter's in that market with a hot C note. Now I gotta go in there.
Oh, wait, don't get excited. It ain't hot. Just lukewarm.
Hey, Grogan, maybe you can help us. Curly's having a children's concert at his house tonight. You know where we can get some musical instruments?
Yeah, they're for the kids, Grog. You see, I wanted to buy them, but they cost $3,000, and I ain't got that kind of money.
Oh, gee, that's a shame. You know, that is a lot of dough. Wish I could help you, but... Hey, wait a minute. I got an idea. Why don't you use the kids to help you raise the dough?
The kids? How?
Well, you pick the 2 richest ones and you hold them for ransom.
Hey, yeah, No, Alice would never pay it. Look, thanks anyway, Grove. Come on, Brimley. I guess those 4 kids are just going to have to play the concert tonight with what they got.
It's a nice guy, that Harris. Swell person to have around. Next time I get sent up, I'm going to have him framed and take him with me. Wish I could get those instruments for him and those little kids for that concert tonight. Let's see, where can I get the best instruments? Oh, I got it. From the best musicians. Them kids will have good instruments tonight, or my name ain't Rodney J. Grogan. Alias Lefty the Lip, alias Manny Manheim, alias number 74296.
Phil, what time are you going to start the concert? The children's parents are here and they're getting impatient.
Well, honey, I'm having trouble with the kids. They won't play unless they have the new instruments I promised
them.
Well,
it's your own fault. You shouldn't have promised them.
Well, now I'll have to call the concert off.
Why scratch it, Harris? Let the kids play.
Grogan, what are you doing in my house? Now, how'd you get in?
Now, what kind of a stupid question is that? I cut the pane in the bedroom window and climbed in like anybody else.
What are you doing here?
I got the instruments for the kiddies.
Honestly?
Don't ask embarrassing questions. Me and my boys, we got enough instruments for all the kids.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Hey, how many'd you get?
8 truckloads. All right, fellas, start unloading.
Now, just a moment, Mr. Grogan. If you didn't get them honestly, don't bring them in. We don't want any instruments you got at the point of a gun.
I did not get them at the point of a gun. You're too suspicious, Blondie. I just borrowed them from a group of musicians. I told them the story about the kids, and they just handed over the instruments. You know, soft-hearted guys. You know, when I left there, they were crying like babies.
Oh, they were really crying, huh? Well, that's musicians for you.
Oh, hello, Mr. Harris. I hope I'm not too late for the concert.
Oh, hello, Mr. Crown.
Yeah.
Hey, I thought you were supposed to be conducting at the Philharmonic tonight.
Well, I was, but a terrible thing happened. While we were rehearsing this afternoon, a gang of hoodlums broke in, held us up, and stole all our instruments.
How perfectly distressing. Now, who would do a thing like that?
I ain't sure, but I think the guy who did it talks like this.
Say, Mr. Crown, could you identify the leader of this gang?
Well, no, we never got a chance to see him. The tear gas bomb had us crying like babies.
Look here, Grogan, I'm not going to have those kids playing stolen instruments. Don't bring them in this house.
Too late. They're already in, and the kids are got them. Oh, just look at their little faces. They're as happy as I was when I got my first pair of brass knuckles.
Just a moment, those instruments. They're the ones that were stolen from the Philharmonic this afternoon. I'm going to call the police.
Drop that phone.
Oh, this is embarrassing. The guests overheard us, and they're starting to leave.
They ain't going no place. Don't nobody move. I got you covered. The concert is about to start. All right, Harris, conduct.
Yes, sir. Ready, children? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, Phil, what a horrible evening. The children playing stolen instruments, then the police came and raided the place. Oh, gee, Phil, it was awful.
Now, honey, take it easy. Just take it easy. Go to sleep and stop worrying. We'll go down the first thing in the morning and bail the kids out.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. An RCA Victor 45 instrument is a better buy than ever before. Now, when you buy an RCA Victor instrument that plays 45s exclusively, you can select over $6 worth of record albums at no additional cost. Take your pick from 25 of RCA Victor's hit albums. They're popular, classical, and children's albums to choose from, and hillbilly and western albums, too. You may want a children's album like Cinderella, plus Vaughn Monroe's On the Moonbeam. Remember, over $6 worth of these albums are yours without additional cost for the price of a Victrola 45 player alone. Select RCA Victor's versatile and practical Victrola 45 personal phonograph, for example. It has a convenient carrying handle, so you can take it with you and enjoy your 45 records almost anywhere. But don't delay. Buy a Victrola 45 phonograph now. And get your bonus of over $6 worth of RCA Victor record albums at no extra cost.
Here's a great thing for our listeners. Our sponsor, RCA Victor, is cooperating to bring to the nation the Joe Louis-Rocky Marciano fight Friday, October the 26th on NBC television. So be sure to watch Joe and Rocky in this great bout next Friday on NBC TV. Folks, this is Phil Harris again. The Red Cross has asked us again to appeal urgently for blood donors for our men in Korea. Whole blood means the difference between living or dying for our wounded. Warehouses are down to the last few cases, so all of us have got to stop leaving it to the other fella to do. We got to give blood now, this week. Hey, call your Red Cross for the time and place and give, huh?
Good night, everybody.
Remember, whether you're buying a television set, a radio, a Victrola phonograph, or record, put your faith in the cornerstone of American home entertainment for 3 generations. RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television.
Next, Theater Guild presents Pygmalion, starring the Lunts on NBC.
USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Come in, Army. Come in, Navy. Come in, Coast Guard and U.S. Marines. Come in, too, all you nurses and civilian workers and you good people in all the United Nations. From the North Pole to the South Pole and around the equator, it's Command Performance time, answering the personal commands of you guys and gals who make up the high command on this #1 show of yours. And right now, answering your first command, we're delighted to bring back for the 4th time that beloved character of screen and radio, Waukegan's gift to Rochester. A fellow who is known for his philanthropy, his generosity, a man who always gives till it hurts, that crybaby, Jack Benny.
Thank you, and hello, fellas. Crybaby. Don, I can't understand those introductions of yours. First you say that I'm generous and I give till it hurts, and then you say I cry about it. I mean, what does that mean?
Well, Jack, everybody knows that you're one of the best-hearted and most generous men in this town.
Well, thank you.
Except where money is concerned.
Don, aren't you taking a lot of chances for a fellow who is too fat to work at Lockheed? Look, Don, I'm not tight.
Certainly you're not tight, Jack. When you do a cheap, petty mercenary act, it's really not you.
It's not?
No, it's just one side of your dual personality.
My dual personality?
Yes, everyone has a dual personality, has two sides. Even I have, just like a coin has heads and tails.
I see. Well, from where I'm standing, brother, you didn't come up heads. And besides, Don, this is a command performance and no place to discuss dual personality.
Well, all right, Jack. If you want to go on through life not knowing why you're cheap, it's all right with me.
I don't want to know anything about it. I'm cheap, and that's that. Now, wait a minute.
Now, don't get excited, Jack. Your condition isn't unusual. You're simply a split personality. Haven't you ever heard of schizophrenia?
Don, there are children and Marines listening in. So watch it, will you?
But, Jack, schizophrenia is merely a scientific word meaning the two sides to every man, his ego and his alter ego.
Look, Don, we'll talk about this later. Look, I'm master of ceremonies here, and I have a lot of people to introduce. So take your big, fat schizophrenia and get out of here. Well, fellas, it won't be long before Command Performance celebrates its first birthday on the biggest worldwide radio network any show ever had. And another hit that goes in all directions is a very talented young lady from Paramount Studios. So, gang, hold on to your GI hats. We're going for another ride with Cass Daly.
Say, not long ago, I took a trip down to old Mexico. Stepped in a gay cafe to pass the evening away. A Mexicano smiled at me and introduced himself as Senor Hennessy. I just wanted company, but the Senor wanted more from me. For soon he began to begin. Then I said, Daddy, you're working much too fast for me. Daddy, you'll never get the best of me. He said, no harm is meant by Senor Hennessy. In fact, my wife will soon be here, you see. No sooner had he said those words to me when in walked Mrs. Hennessy. Did I worry? You can bet your life I did. Then my system and I began to shake. She called me a homewrecker and a snake. And there were other names even worse to take. But I can't talk about that. I've just said goodbye now. I gotta go now. She said, okay, you may, my dear. But not the gonna die now. Then with the twist of a wrist, she hit me with a fist, and in her fist was a bottle of ice cold cola. It knocked out every molar. This pretty little poppy looked like a mess. I tried to hold her, but couldn't control her as she kicked me in my amapola. Then on my head she played the amber chorus. Bang, 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 I heard the birdies sing. I said, rolled in on the river, I held a roll up, rolled in on the river, I made me vow when I was through there'll be a change in my love life. From now on, I swear, I'm giving every married man the air. I want to live until I'm old and gray. I made a vow, and how today there'll be some change of me.
She got more applause than I did. That was Cass Daly, who appeared here tonight through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures. You know, fellas, I used to be with the Paramount studio. In fact, the last picture I made there was Love Thy Neighbor with Fred Allen. Fred Allen, if you'll pardon the expression. In fact, that was the last picture I made there. I liked it, though. It was one of those educational pictures. I knew it was educational because after the producer saw it, he says, this will teach us a lesson. Oh, well. And now, fellas, command performance. Recently got a letter from a Marine sergeant on Guadalcanal who has this to say. Guadalcanal is not quite the ideal place for a guy to continue his piano lessons. And anyway, I'm practicing on machine guns these days, helping to teach the Japs not to monkey with the U.S. Marines. But I do miss the piano. So how about command performance, dishing out a helping of Gershwin? Yes, sir, Sergeant, we'll do just that with Alfred Newman and his orchestra. A medley of Gershwin songs played on two pianos by those two personalities.
You see, Jack, that's just what I was talking about. Dual personality.
Don, I don't care to discuss it. Schizophrenia yet. And fellas, here they are, Hollywood's ace piano team, Marlene Fingerly and Arthur Schutt. Go ahead, kid. That was lovely and very fine music. And believe me, I know, for I'm a musician myself. You know, the last time I was on Command Performance, I played a duet with a fellow named Yasha Heifetz. Of course, he plays better than I do because, you see, he started on the violin 3 weeks before I did. 3 weeks of music makes a lot of difference. In fact, you should hear the difference. Anyway, when Yash and I stepped up to the microphone...
Say, Jack, I've just thought of a very simple way to explain that dual personality to you.
Look, I told you, Don, I'm not interested.
But it's simple. It's what you call your conscience, your evil self, your inner man.
My inner what?
Your inner man. We all have one. You have a little man inside of you, and I have one inside of me.
Well, at least yours can roam around once in a while. Now, Don, will you do me a favor? I don't want to hear any more about inner man, outer man, or schizophrenia. To me, that's a lot of bunk. In the first place, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Rochester, I told you never to call me up in the middle of a command broadcast.
Well, this is important, boss. I was just leaving the house, and I thought I'd better tell you I put the key under the mat.
Now, wait a minute. Who told you could have the night off?
Well, I thought I'd like to take Carmichael to see Mrs. Miniver.
Well, that's silly. Why would my polar bear go to Mrs. Miniver?
He wants to see if it's anything like the book.
Look, now, don't give me that stuff. If you want to go out with your girl tonight, come right out and say so.
Okay. Can I go out with my girl tonight?
No.
Can I go out for just an hour?
No.
Well, can I invite her over to the house?
No.
We're in a rut, boss. Let's start over.
Now, look, Rochester, before I left the house, I gave you some fan mail pictures to send out. As soon as you're through with them, you can go out with your girl.
That may be too late. She ain't the truest thing in town.
Well, that's your worry. Now, mail out all those pictures. And be sure to send the out-of-town ones airmail.
I ain't got no stamps.
No stamp? What'd you do with that $10 I gave you this morning to buy them with?
Well, I'll tell you, boss. I was on my way to the drugstore this afternoon to get them, and all the way over I kept saying stamps, stamps, stamps.
Uh-huh.
And just before I got there, I stopped in the garage where a friend of mine works.
Uh-huh.
And the next thing I knew, I was on my knees saying 7, 7, 7.
I see. So you lost that $10 shooting craps, eh?
We prefer to call it Mississippi Bridge.
I don't care what you prefer. My $10 you lost is coming out of your next week's salary.
The whole $10?
Yes, all of it.
That's a neat trick if you can do it.
I can, so don't worry. Now, goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
I was listening to the program, and I heard Mr. Wilson say that there were two of you, that you have an inner man.
Well, what about it?
Which one do I speak to about a raise?
You speak to nobody. Goodbye. Always worrying about a raise. And now, fellows, by worldwide command of the AEF, Command Performance presents a very busy young lady who sells bonds, goes on camp tours, works at the canteen, makes motion pictures, and has the additional burden of being married to my band leader, Phil Harris. Your favorite singing star of dozens of your favorite pictures, lovely Alice Faye.
Thank you, Jack. And I know Phil will be awfully flattered by that charming build-up. As for me, I'd like to thank all you men who write me those very beautiful letters, especially Paul, Les, Mac, Bud, and Jim at APO 832. Yes, boys, Pop Harris is coming along nicely. Love to Ray Carr and the Bunker Buds, to Johnny Mans at APO 963, and to Bob Godwin somewhere in the Pacific. And for all of you who placed orders for that certain tune, just bend an ear. Come on and hear Alexander's Ragtime Band. Come on and hear, it's the best band in the land. They can play a bugle call like you never heard before, so natural that you want to go to war. It's just the bestest band, what I am, oh my honeyland. Come on along, let me take you by the hand. Up to the man who's the leader of the band. And if you care to hear the Swanee River played in ragtime, come on and hear Alexander's Ragtime Band. Play a bugle call like you never heard before, so natural that you want to go to war. That's just the bestest band, what I am, oh my honey lamb. Come on along, let me take you by the hand. Up to the man who's the leader of the band. And if you care to hear the Swanee River played in ragtime, come on and hear Alexander's Ragtime Band.
Thank you, Alice. That was really swell.
Oh, thank you, Jack.
Oh, Alice, I noticed you came down to the broadcast alone. Where's Phil tonight?
Well, it's the maid's night out, and Phil's staying home with the baby for a change.
For a change? I should hope so, yeah. Tell me, Alice, confidentially, you know as well as I know Phil, I don't know, but tell me, what is Phil like around the house, Alice?
You won't believe this, Jack, but around the house, Phil is one of the quietest, most reserved, mouse-like people. Honestly, he's a completely different man.
See, Jack? There's a perfect example of what I was talking about. Phil Harris has a dual personality.
Don, what are you talking about?
Exactly what I've been trying to explain to you. Phil is like everybody else. He has a good side and an evil side, a smart side and a corny side.
A what?
A smart side and a corny side.
Why does he have to show so much favoritism? I tell you, I just don't believe in this dual personality stuff.
Well, I don't see why not, Jack. Even Phil believes in it. It's as simple as 2 and 2.
Oh, yeah? If you think 2 and 2 is so simple, just ask Phil to add it up sometime. Sister.
No.
Guess that last crack got her. Dual personality. Take you, for instance, Alice. You're always the same sweet, lovable girl.
Oh, that's nice of you, Jack, but you only see the good side of me. You know, there are times when that part seems completely to leave my body.
Yeah, but look what you got left. Dual personality.
But, Jack, it's so simple.
Don, look, I'm going crazy. If you mention that once more, I'm going to positively walk out of here.
Jack, can't you see? It's your alter ego, like Jekyll and Hyde.
That's all, brother. Command performance or no command performance, I'm going home. So long. When that Don Wilson gets on a subject, he doesn't know when to stop. Imagine a fella having an alter ego, a Jekyll and Hyde, an inner man. That's a lot of bunk. Oh, well, such a lovely evening. I think I'll walk home. Gee, I wish I had a cigar. Here's a cigar store. I think I'll stop in here and get one.
Well, sir, what can I do for you?
I'd like a cigar, please.
Yes, sir. What kind?
Oh, I don't know. Something mild.
Well, here's a nice mild cigar for $0.25.
A quarter, eh?
And here's one a little stronger for 10 cents.
I see. Now, gee, I don't know which one to get. This one's a quarter, and that one's 10 cents, eh?
Yes, sir.
Well, I don't know. I like the looks of that quarter one, and yet you know which cigar you're going to take, Jack Benny. What? You're going to take that 10-cent one. You always take the 10-cent one. Yes, but the quarter cigar's milder, and it's much better for my throat. A lot you care about your throat. Now, wait a minute. Who are you? I'm your alter ego. Your inner man. Yeah? Well, you get your cigar, and I'll get mine. Come on, take that 10-cent one, and let's get going. No, I won't take it. I want that quarter one. You hear? I want that quarter cigar. I know you want that quarter cigar. But remember, Jack Benny, if you buy the one for a dime, you save 15 cents.
15 cents, 15 cents, 15 cents, 15 cents. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Stop it! Stop it! I don't care about the money. I don't care what I save. I want that mild cigar. Hey, mister, give me that quarter cigar.
Yes, sir.
Jack, are you crazy? Reflect a little. That cigar costs a quarter. 2 dimes and a nickel. Think, man. Think! Okay. Hold it, mister. Hold it, please.
Make up your mind, will you? Which cigar do you want?
Take it easy. I'm in conference. Oh, I don't know what to do. I want that quarter cigar, and yet you want that 10-cent one. I said the quarter one. The 10-cent one. The quarter one. The 10-cent one. All right, give me the 10-cent one. I'll take it. I knew this would happen to me. I knew it. Say, this 10-cent cigar isn't so bad after all. Doggone, it's a good smoke. But the quarter one would have been better. Where are you going now, Jackie? Oh, come on home with me. We'll play gin rummy. Well, fellas, as the foreman of the Nazi swing shift said when a bomb hit the munitions factory, that's all for tonight. But before we wind up the clock and put out the cat, we'd like to say that your big show will be open for business again next week, same time. And our business is filling the orders you send in. And don't forget it. On command performance, your credit is good. Just your signature on that letter. That's all it takes. Until later, then, this is Jack Benny speaking from the USA and reminding the Axis that American troops are only 500 miles from the toe of the Italian boot. And, brother, that ain't far from that heel in Berlin. So long.
Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, answering the requests of our fighting men, nurses, and civilian workers throughout the world, and saluting our partners in all the United Nations. Command Performance is presented by the War Department of the United States in cooperation with the Hollywood Victory Committee and Local 47 American Federation of Musicians. This is Don Wilson thanking you for the swell letters you send to Command Performance, care of this station, and until next week saying, so long from Uncle Sam.
The following program is rebroadcast by the Armed Forces Radio Service to our fighting men overseas.
Bristol Myers, makers of Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, and True Shave, the beforehand lotion, presents the Eddie Cantor Show. Ladies and gentlemen, in the early part of New Year's Eve, Eddie Cantor put on a show for the servicemen at the Hollywood Canteen. We turn back the clock and pick Eddie up as he's singing for the boys.
G.I. Joe, he was with the show when the boys invaded France. He stopped the shell by chance and met romance in an ambulance. Cute Marie was a nurse and she stole Joey's heart away. While convalescing day by day, he'd look at her and say, oh, Frenchie, oh, Frenchie, Frenchie, although your language is so new to me. When you say we, la, la, we mean you and me, la, la. Oh, Frenchie, Frenchie, you won my heart with your bravery. March on, with any boy you see. But when you la, 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 oh, Frenchie, save your la, la, la for me. Oh, Frenchie, Frenchie, you are the one gave themselves for me. March on, with any boy you see. But when you la, 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 oh, Frenchie, save your ooh-la-las. They're just sweet la-la-las. Save your ooh-la-las for me. Nice fellas down here at the Hollywood Canteen. I'm glad you like the show. And now, if you really want to see the old year go out and the new year come in, I want to invite all of you over to my house at 1014 Roxbury Drive. What do you think? Harry Bonzell and I leave first to get things ready. So come on over, all of you men in uniform. Come on, Harry.
Okay, I'm ready, Eddie.
Come on, Nora.
I'm ready.
Come on, Leonard. Let's go. What do you say we all
Hey, Eddie, will you be careful the way you're driving?
Gee, I'm so excited. And you two kids in the back, Leonard and Nora, the way you're necking, you're not helping me one bit, you know.
Oh, Mr. Cantor.
Say, Eddie, it was a swell show you put on tonight for all our fighting men.
Yes, Harry, we had soldiers, sailors, Marines, aviators. In fact, we only missed one branch of our fighting men.
Who was that?
Tommy Dorsey couldn't show up.
Oh.
Well, it was a lot of fun, wasn't it, Harry?
Oh, it sure was. Say, did you see the fellow who just got back from overseas dancing with Dorothy Lamour?
Dancing? Did you say dancing?
Yeah.
When they finished jitterbugging, she was wearing his campaign ribbon.
Oh,
yes. And she deserved them, you know. You know, she saw as much action as he did.
You know something, Eddie? During intermission, I tried to dance close to Carol Landis, but it was impossible, so I just danced.
I know. Why was it impossible to dance close to her?
There was a Marine in the middle.
You know, everybody talks about how the servicemen dance. Did you ever get a load of the women in the service, Harry?
Now, they really tossed you around.
You said it. I happened to dance with a Red Cross nurse, and when we got through, I needed her. Just before the music started, she got set in a rumba pose. In the front, she was all bent over, and from the back, she looked like she was trying to get away on furlough. By the way, Leonard, your music, really, kid, your music was wonderful tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Cantor. I sure had a swell time.
I could have enjoyed myself more if Leonard weren't so jealous. He kept watching me every time I danced with a soldier or Marine.
Well, sure, I was worried. The only time I didn't have to watch her was when she danced with a sailor.
Yeah. Really? Why didn't you watch her then?
I had to watch the sailor. I don't blame you. Guys, I sure got embarrassed watching. You see, I don't know how to dance, so Nora and I just had to stand on the floor with our arms around each other. And you know something?
What?
It's better that way.
Oh, I'm so anxious for Leonard to know how to dance. I asked him to go to Arthur Murray's, but he refused.
Well, why, Leonard? Well, how would you like to learn how to dance with Arthur Murray?
No. You don't understand, Leonard. Arthur Murray teaches dancing, but he also has hundreds of girls.
Well, gee, then how does he find time to teach dancing?
Leonard, did you ever have a talk with your mother about life?
Oh, yes, and now we subscribe to it. It's kind, too. Click and pick and...
Will you please?
Oh, Mr. Cantor, isn't this your house, 1014 Roxbury Drive?
1014, yes.
That's it.
Let's go out and get into action.
Here
Come
we
on,
go.
kid. Anybody home?
Hello? Hello?
How do you do? What are you doing in the dining room? Why aren't you in the kitchen?
I am having trouble with the cook. Well, Russia, the cook is young and beautiful. That's my trouble. I hate.
Russia, will you get in the kitchen and prepare the food?
Not me, no, sir. I'm leaving. Your house is too big. Running upstairs, downstairs, up the attic, down the basement. I'm all worn out from running.
Yeah, but Russian, why do you have to run?
The cook is not standing still, you know. Now, listen here, Russian. Listen to me. Eddie's got guests to serve out there. Now, you go back in there and make up with the cook.
Never. Never. She insulted me. She refused to permit me to make my specialty. Turnovers with tartar sauce.
Turnovers with... Is it good?
Good? Once in Old Rochester, I cooked my special turnovers for Prince Romanov.
Oh, well, what happened?
2 weeks after he died, he was still turning over.
I told you, Eddie. Look, Russian, I don't think you know anything about cooking at all.
But most, yes. I wrote a book on recipes.
Yes?
In poetry. Part 1, page 1.
Go ahead, go ahead.
There once was a butcher named Hutton, whose wife was a glutton for mutton. He sneaked up behind her, pushed her in the grinder. No Hutton, no mutton, no glutton, no nothing.
No mutton, no glutton.
No Russian, I quit.
Wait a minute. Russian, you can't quit now. It's the night of my party.
I, sir, tender my resignation. And if it's tender enough, yes, I'll eat it.
Oh, get out of here, Russian, please. Oh, darn that Russian trying to kiss all my cooks. A fine mess that leaves me in. Oh, Nora.
Yes, Mr. Cantor.
Listen, honey. Go into the living room and sing a couple of songs for the boys.
All right.
I've got to get busy and get some help for the party. The Russian and the cook both walked out.
Walked out? Why?
Well, the cook got mad at the Russian for what he did, and the Russian got mad at the cook for what she didn't.
Oh.
Now, go ahead, Nora, will you?
Say, Eddie.
Yeah.
That pretty cook of yours just came back.
Oh, good, Harry. Where is she?
Yeah, she's gone.
Yeah. I thought you said she just came back.
Yeah, well, she just came back for a bottle of Touche, the beforehand lotion.
And get her what?
Trouchet. T-R-U-S-H-A-Y. Trouchet.
I know how to spell Trouchet, but what about the cook?
Cook. C-O-O-K.
No. Harry, don't be so smart.
Well, I'm not being smart, Eddie, but the cook is being smart, coming back for that bottle of Trouchet.
You call that being smart?
Why, certainly. She knows, like so many busy women, that Trouchet is just the thing to use to help keep her hands soft and lovely in spite of hot soapy water. And Trouchet will really do that because Trouchet is based on a different idea than other hand lotions. Trouchet is a beforehand lotion. A lotion that you put on your hands before you put them in hot soapy water. Trouchet's beforehand protection will then help guard your hands from the rough drying effects of the hot soapy water. Help keep your hands softer, smoother, lovelier. So why not do what thousands of lovely women are doing to help keep their hands beautiful? Begin today to use Trouchet.
All right, Harry. You've convinced me that my cook was smart and Trouchet is wonderful.
Good.
But right now, try to see if you can find anyone we can hire to help in the kitchen. Someone to cook.
Someone to cook?
Yeah.
Eddie, you've got 5 daughters living right here in the house.
Harry, if they could cook, do you think they'd still be living in this house?
Well, I tell you what let's do. Let's go in and hear Nora sing to the boys.
Oh, yes. Let's do that, huh?
Okay.
Here she goes.
Getting along fine here, but somebody should be fixing refreshments. What are you going to do?
Look, Harry, I put in a call for Jack Benny to see if I can borrow Rochester.
Oh, good. Well, I hope Jack's home.
Yeah, I hope so. I know last New Year's Eve he went to Ciro's, you know.
Yeah. Ciro's? That's $15 a head. Don't tell me Jack Benny paid that.
No. Leave it to Benny. When he found out it was $15 a head, he got down on his hands and knees and backed in. Oh, this must be Benny. Hello, Jack. This is Eddie Cantor. Yeah. Say, Jack, I hate to bother you on New Year's Eve, but I wanted to ask you a little favor. Hello? Rochester, put Mr. Benny back on the phone. Tell him it's not money. What a coward. Look, Jack, I brought a lot of servicemen over here from the canteen, and I need someone to help me with the sandwiches and refreshments. In fact, I'm even willing to pay $5. No, Jack, you shouldn't leave your guests for that. No. Jack, look, would you let me borrow Rochester? He's busy what? Shampooing your hair. Well, let him bring it with him. We'll dry it and send it back tomorrow. You will send Rochester, right? Oh, thanks, Jack. You're a pal. Send him to my house. 1014 Roxbury Drive. Harry. Harry.
Here I am, Eddie. I was just getting my baby so he can pin the 1945 banner across his chest.
Good. Everything's going to work out. Rochester's coming over to help, and at 12 o'clock we'll bring Eddie Cantor Bonzel Jr. out as the New Year's baby.
Yeah. Gosh, my kid's first New Year's.
You're going to be the New Year's baby for all the servicemen. What do you think of that, little fella?
Goo.
There goes that goo again. He says nothing else. I wonder what he's trying to say when he says goo, Harry, huh?
Goo. Goo. Look at me with this New Year's banner. Now they've got the pin things on my chest. Oh, I get it. 1945. That's the new year. It'll be a big year for me, too. I'll have teeth. When I have teeth, I can stop that nasty habit of sucking my thumb. I'll be able to bite my nails. Funny, Popeye's hair ain't gray. I bet he touches it up. I like Popeye, except the way he plays. I wished he'd stop throwing me up in the air. Either that or start catching me. Popeye likes me. For Christmas, he gave me a piggy bank, and on the bottom it said, "One fill, bring to the bank. 1014 Roxbury Drive." Wish it was 12 o'clock so the new year would be here. It'll be a big year for me. I'll be learning to walk and to talk. All I can say now is, goo. Oh, well, that's better than nothing. So happy goo year, everybody. Happy goo year.
Harry, put the baby back in his crib until 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
Then you can go in with Leonard and Nora and help entertain the boys.
Oh, there's somebody at the door, Eddie.
I'll get it. Well, hello, Rochester.
Hello, Mr. Cantor. Well, what do I do? Where do I do it? And how much do I do it for?
Same old Rochester. Rochester, why don't you take advantage of the new year and turn over a new leaf?
Oh, I made up some New Year's resolutions. First of all, I'm going to stop shooting craps.
Wonderful, Rochester.
And I ain't going to tell a single lie.
That's fine.
Unless it's because I've been out shooting craps.
Shame on you. Let me tell you something about telling the truth, Rochester. There was once a great American, George Washington.
George Washington? He lives next door to me.
No. Rochester. The George Washington I'm talking about was a president. The George Washington that lived next door to you must be a duplicate.
Duplicate? He's a carbon copy.
Well, Rochester, it's getting late, so here's $5. I want you to go to the drugstore, get 2 dozen Cokes, a couple of quarts of ice cream, and a carton of cigarettes.
Carton of what?
Cigarettes.
You may not know it, but you got your best joke right there.
Say, Harry, it looks like I'm going to have to give Rochester a hand in the kitchen. Can you do something to entertain the boys?
Oh, well, I do swell imitations. Here, listen to this. Al Jolson.
That's an imitation of Al Jolson?
He's got a cold. I have an imitation of a man getting up in the morning.
Yeah?
Listen to this one, Eddie.
Well, Harry, where's the imitation?
Don't you get it? The guy felt lousy after New Year's Eve, so he stays in bed.
That's ridiculous, Harry.
Well, you're right there, Eddie. Feeling bad and not wanting to get up in the morning is ridiculous. It's ridiculous when it's so easy to feel better.
Just what do you mean?
Well, you know, Eddie, one glass of sparkling sal hepatica can make a man feel a lot better when he wakes up in the morning, feeling out of sorts and headachy due to the need of a laxative. For sal hepatica taken then brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. That means you don't have to risk feeling miserable all day waiting until night to take a laxative. You take sal hepatica the minute you need it. What's more, sal hepatica gives you another advantage.
This famous saline helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So tonight or tomorrow, get a bottle of sal hepatica from your druggist. Remembering this caution, use only as directed. Then, whenever you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better, thanks to gentle, speedy sal hepatica.
it's wonderful the way you help people feel better. But you know another way for you to help people feel better?
What, Eddie?
No more of your imitations. Oh, remember that. Yeah? Wait a minute. Is that for me?
Yeah.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
It's no use. You I'm not talking to.
Russell, will you stop pouting? Why don't you come back? You can help Rochester in the kitchen.
Help Rochester? We couldn't work together because I wouldn't be able to understand a word he's saying.
Yeah. Why not?
That man is speaking with a dialect.
What do you think you speak with? I say, what do you think you speak with?
A southern drawl.
Now, Russian, will you stop being stubborn and come back?
Camper, we shall never be reconciled. Because of my southern drawl, I got a job on a different radio program.
A different program? What's the name of it?
We Are the People.
Russian! Oh, well, let him quit, Harry. Thank goodness Jack loaned us Rochester to help us.
Yeah, that was sure nice of Jack.
Well, why not? After all, Jack, Benny, and I grew up doing favors for each other. Why, when we were kids, Harry, if Jack had a date and didn't have enough money to take his girl out, he'd come to me.
And you'd lend him the money?
No, I'd take his girl out.
What you mean?
Oh, hello, Rochester. Did you get everything from the store?
Yes, sir. Here's the ice cream. Here's the Coca-Cola.
Yes?
And here's some cigarettes.
And Rochester, where's my change?
And here's the ice cream.
I know. My change, Rochester.
Here's the Coca-Cola.
Where is my change?
Oh, they didn't have none of that.
Rochester, I want you to answer one question. Where is my change?
There's a question I'd like to kick around a while with information, please.
Rochester, what I sent you for cost $4. Now, what happened to the other $1?
Well, it was an embarrassing situation. After all, Mr. Cantor, I couldn't let that stranger buy me a drink without me buying him a drink.
When did a stranger buy you a drink?
Right after I bought him a drink.
That is the most far-fetched thing I ever heard. Now, get busy in the kitchen while I go in and see how the gang is making out.
Hey, Harry,
Hey, wait a minute. Hiya, fellas. I'm sorry I've been busy in the kitchen most of the night.
Hey, Cantor.
Yes, Sailor. Ain't you from New York? Sure, I'm from New York. Where are you from?
Brooklyn.
Brooklyn, huh?
Yeah. New York is right near it.
And where are you from, soldier?
I'm from Pennsylvania.
I'm a Pennsylvanian, too.
Yeah?
I'm from the greatest state in the world, Texas.
Yeah, what about Michigan?
Hey, what about it?
Wait a minute, what's your home state, young fella?
Oklahoma, sir.
Grand place on earth. Yeah.
That's what Illinois.
How about Wisconsin?
Hey,
Wisconsin's a good state. Hey, wait a minute, fellas, wait a minute. I've got an idea. Let's make a game of this. I'd like to have you boys sing a song that has the name of your state in it. Don't worry about the music. Leonard Toots and his men will pick it up. Come on, you guys from Pennsylvania. What do you say?
Strike up the music, the band has begun. The Pennsylvania polka. Pick up your partner and join in the fun. The Pennsylvania polka. Down by the Ohio. Just wait till I get back to Ohio.
Back home again in Indiana, through the fields I used to roam.
Oh, the weatherman comes sweeping down the plain. You're doing fine, Oklahoma, Oklahoma. And then I'll holler so the world will know. Here I go, I'm Alabama, round and don't forget. The stars at night are big and bright, deep in the heart of Texas. The prairie sky is wide and high, deep in the heart of Texas.
Hey, soldier, why aren't you singing?
I'm from Rhode Island. We got no song.
Wait a minute. We'll get you one. Oh, little Rhode Island, the smallest of the 48. You've got no prairie moon for which coyotes croon, but I still think that you're great. You're such a teensy-weensy, poor little Rhode Island. Let all the Texans hear Faye. You're still the best part of this land I dearly love. And I'll include Iowa. They've written songs about the South. They've written songs about the North. And I have heard them say there's nothing finer than Carolina in the morning. But how about the night and cool little Rhode Island? Be careful if you're fancy free. In Providence, one day, she stole my heart away. I dream of her constantly. Let the sun shine bright on your old Kentucky home. Rhode Island's the place for me. And here's another chorus.
Poor little Rhode Island, be careful if you're fancy free.
In Providence, one day, she stole my heart away. I dream of her constantly. California, here I go.
Way back east where they got snow.
Poor little Rhode Island,
that's the place for me.
Rochester, everybody's gone. Party's over. It was a big success, thanks to you. Now, will you help me clean up?
I'm sorry, Mr. Cantor. I'd like to stay, but I got to go to a New Year's Eve party of my own.
Well, what time do you have to be there?
Don't make no difference. This one started last New Year's.
Oh, so that party's been going on since 1943. Tell me, Rochester, will the same gang still be there?
Just about. Of course, the draft board necessitated a few replacements.
That's very sad.
We got the hole slit in the window waiting for him to come back.
Rochester, I'll do anything in the world if you stay and help me with this mess. I'll even get down on my knees and beg you.
Mr. Cantor, if you get down on your knees, don't beg me, bathe me.
All right, if that's what you want, Rochester, I have some dice.
Go ahead, boss. Never thought I'd get a crack at a millionaire. Well, Mr. Cantor, that's $200,000.
$200,000?
Don't worry, Mr. Cantor, I'm good for it.
Oh, I'm sure you are, Rochester.
Good night, Mr. Cantor.
Good night, Rochester.
Before I go, Mr. Cantor, about them dice, are you sure they was on the level?
Why, certainly, Rochester. There was nothing phony about those dice.
Well, it's the first time I ever run up against a rug that was floated.
Happy New Year, Rochester! Each Wednesday with you, as friend to friend. I'm sorry it's true. I'm telling you just how I feel. I hope you feel that way too. Be sure and listen in next week when we bring you a show full of surprises, including those famous Andrew sisters. Now for an important message. Ladies and gentlemen, there are convoys loaded with desperately needed war materials that are not sailing because the ships need experienced seamen. We must get those supplies to our fighting men. First mates, second mates, able-bodied seamen, and oilers are needed, and needed now. Wire collect, U.S. Merchant Marine, Washington, D.C. Get those convoys sailing so they can bring our men back faster. This is Eddie Cantor saying, good night, everybody. See you next week.
Say, Mother, if Junior is suffering from a cold, don't worry about it. Kids under 10 catch more colds than people in any other age group. But be sure and do something about it. Get a jar of Minute Rub and get after those cold symptoms. Rub Minute Rub on the back and chest, and it will help to soothe that cold discomfort. And Minute Rub's menthol vapors will help relieve that clogged feeling in nose and throat, too. What's more, Minute Rub is greaseless and stainless. It won't harm your clothes or linen. And Minute Rub is just as good for you as it is for your child. So why not get a jar of this modern chest rub? Minute Rub.
This is the National Broadcasting Company, KFI, Los Angeles.
Of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Good evening, this is Ronald Colman.
And Benita Colman.
Inviting you to join us again on the campus of Ivy College.
And now, the Halls of Ivy. The Halls of Ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget though we depart away. Welcome again to Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. Henry Ward Beecher once observed that nothing is orderly till man takes hold of it. Everything in creation lies around loose. Now, for the president of any university, there are a lot of loose ends in any normal week. But Dr. William Todhunter Hall, president of Ivy, is enjoying the abnormal satisfaction of having everything in apple pie order. A triumph which he's celebrating with his wife, Victoria, as he tops off his luncheon with, of all things, some apple pie.
I suppose people say apple pie order because there's something so neat and finished looking about one. Anyway, it's neat until you see it, and then it's soon finished.
Well, Vicky, I'm afraid you and apple pie are my two great weaknesses. I have a failing for sweetness and neatness. However, the origin of apple pie order seems to be obscure. Even Mitford Matthews, in his monumental Dictionary of Americanisms, has passed it by. He mentions apple pandowdy.
Oh, I love that, apple pandowdy.
But you know, references to the apple are not confined to us or our times. Take the classics. Hercules sought the golden apples of the Hesperides for their immortality-giving qualities. And the apple of discord led to the Homeric Trojan War.
And Isaac Newton was quite struck with one, too. Conked on the beam.
Yes, and I doubt if Mr. Newton thought it funny. He was too involved with the gravity of the situation.
Oh, indeed, yes.
Anyway, the classic references to the apple are too frequent to mention. The tomato was once called the love apple. You are the apple of my eye. And, please credit me with enough restraint to avoid the cliche about an apple a day keeps the etc.
Yeah, particularly since the green ones will bring him running.
However, it is true that the potassium in the apple is a highly essential mineral in the human body. So the saying may have more than a core of truth in it. Anyway, Vicky, that was excellent pie.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Louisa. Yes, Mrs. Hall? Dr. Hall would like some more potassium. I beg your pardon? In another piece of pie.
Oh, I'm sorry, but there isn't any more pie. The young man phoned while you were out. Dr. Hall said he'd like to see you this afternoon. Glad you liked it, Mrs. Hall.
Yes. Oh, the pie, yes.
Did he give you his name, Louisa?
Yes, he did.
Mm-hmm.
Is that all, Dr. Hall?
Well, is there some reason why... Well, it's quite possible, but just to be chatty, what was his name?
Jerry Carter.
Oh, he must be Nelson Carter's son.
Didn't say who his father was, Mrs. Hall. Subject didn't seem to come up. Shall I clear the table now? You, Jude, and the doctor like some more coffee.
William?
Yes, thank you. I will. Just a little more, please.
Yes, too, Louisa, please.
Had a nice voice. I told him to call about 3.
Who? Oh, thank you.
Louisa, this is wonderful pie. I hope you'll get another one soon.
Yes, Mrs. Hall. Apricot's good, too. Not too sweet. After all, my sister's husband hasn't worked a day in the last 15 years. Not as good as the apple, though.
He's off again. You want to play 20 questions?
No. Be patient, my sweet. Louisa will drop another clue when we're least expecting one. But I wonder what young Carter wants to see me about.
What do freshmen usually come to see you about? Big problems. And I wouldn't be surprised if this one's about money.
Oh, surely not with Jerry Carter, Vicky. Why, his father's one of Ivy's wealthiest graduates.
Well, maybe he'd run through his allowance. But a week or so ago, he borrowed 30 cents from me.
Oh?
Mm-hmm. He gave me a lift home in his car, and I used the word car out of pure courtesy. It's what I would call a lukewarm rod. He had absolutely no fenders, and it promptly ran out of gas, and he didn't have enough money to buy 1 gallon.
Excuse me, but here's your coffee.
Oh, thank you, Louisa.
Now, I don't want you to misunderstand. They've always been very happy together. It's just his rheumatism.
Well, go ahead, Toddy. You take it.
My turn. Your sister's husband, Louisa?
Yes, Charlie.
Aha.
Brilliant! Yes.
Well, I've got my work to do.
Well, we've now identified him by name. So it was Charlie.
Yeah, well, that's a great help. But let's table Charlie for the moment and come back to Jerry Carter. He's a pleasant, unassuming young man, Tommy.
Yes. And a refutation of the popular notion that young people with his background must necessarily be arrogant and presumptuous. He hasn't asked a favor of us since he's been here.
Oh, I think that's because he's self-conscious about his father's money. He made a big dramatic point about only borrowing enough money from me for 1 gallon. So I'll bet you 30 cents he's coming over here to pay me back my 30 cents.
Well, Shakespeare and I both approve of his attitude. Neither a borrower nor a lender be, for loan oft loses both itself and friend, and borrowing dulls the edge of husbandry.
Well, he must have heard about that. He borrowed from the wife, and now he wants to see the husband. Jerry, I'm glad to see you. Come in and sit down.
Well, thanks, Mrs. Hall. Maybe you've forgotten, but I haven't. I owe you for that gallon of gas. Have you got change of 50 cents?
Well, not with me, but I'm sure Dr. Hall has.
Oh, hello, Jerry.
Well, good afternoon, Dr. Hall.
Oh, William, have you got 50 cents in change?
Why, yes, I think so. Here we are.
Oh, good. Thank you. Now, Jerry, you give me your 50 cents, and I'll give you 20 cents back because I only owed you 30 cents. And, William, you lost 30 cents, so now I only owe you 20 cents. See?
If you'll write down the details of this transaction, darling, I'll submit the problem to Professor Carlson of the Mathematics Department. And, Jerry, thank you for your thoughtfulness in driving Mrs. Hall home the other day.
After what happened, Dr. Hall, I not only ran out of gas, I didn't even have the price of a gallon. I felt like crawling under the hood.
Oh, it wasn't that dire a situation, was it?
I thought I'd never live it down, but instead of that, I've suddenly become top man in my fraternity. When I went out to get my car the next day, there was a sign on the front seat reading, Mrs. Hall sat here.
Well, me and George Washington. Well, I'm very flattered, you know.
Confidentially, Jerry, I've often thought of placing similar placards all around the house and garden.
Oh, yeah, we could charge 25 cents admission and then show people where I fell down the cellar stairs. And the closet I locked myself into trying to hide your Christmas present.
Excuse me, Mrs. Hall. I've got Charlie on the phone. Did you say apricots?
Well, No, Louisa, I could closet. I'm sorry, Louisa. Make it apple. Yeah, we'll try the apricot some other time.
Well, it seems we've gotten rather away from the subject, whatever the subject was. At the moment, all I can think of is an apricot locked in a closet.
Is that all, Dr. Hall?
Yes, I think that's quite enough, Louisa. By all means, make it apple. Vicky, I'm afraid my discourse at luncheon on the subject of apples started off a chain reaction.
Yes, you'll have to excuse us, Jerry. It's much too involved to try and explain to you. Well, unless you happen to know who Charlie is, in which case you could be of great help.
No, Mrs. Hall, I'm still back in the closet with the apricot.
You see, our housekeeper is a verbal economist, suffering from a slight case of ellipsis.
Yes. Fortunately, she drops words instead of dishes.
Well, I'm glad you finally decided to pay us a visit, Jerry. Tell me, how's your father?
Fine. And he wanted me to give you both his best regards, which is one of the reasons I came to see you. But, Dr. Hall, I've been wondering, could you tell me, as long as I'm here, would it cause a lot of trouble if I change my English 1 from 10:30 to 9:30 and my economics 1 from 9:30 to 10:30?
Well, I hardly think it would upset the university's schedule, but that would mean you'd have to change instructors.
I know. And I'd be sorry to lose Professor Huntley in English.
Yeah, then I gather you wouldn't miss Professor Hamlin in economics. Huh?
Frankly, Mrs. Hall, I wouldn't. And I'm sure he wouldn't miss me either. I don't think I'm getting very much out of the course.
Oh? Well, I've always considered Hamlin a first-rate instructor.
Well, it's not very interesting stuff to begin with, and sometimes I don't think Professor Hamlin is any more interested in it than I am.
Well, I have known professors who have apparently been bored by the sound of their own voices. In fact, there is a famous legend of the undergraduate who, when his professor yawned during his own lecture, said, "The professor confirms our judgment, but usurps our prerogative." I don't... I don't think this would apply to Professor Hamlin, Jerry. No. I'm sure you're mistaken. He's profoundly interested in his subject.
He may be, but he certainly doesn't sell it to me. Well, last week he talked for an hour about the physiocratic theory, and it was as dry as baked swordfish.
Well, that wasn't Professor Hamlin's fault. It was the physiocrats who were arid. Carlyle once called economics the dismal science. Whether it is or not, I don't believe Professor Hamlin could spice up the subject even if he wanted to attempt it.
Well, I guess the real truth is I don't think Professor Hamlin likes me.
No.
Every time he calls on me to recite, he seems to delight in getting me rattling. I end up by making a fool of myself. And then the other day, he really went out of his way to embarrass me when I was with my girl. Well, I don't know why I should bother you with all this.
Because this is my province, Jerry. The failure of a student to interest himself in a subject, or the failure of a professor to communicate his knowledge. These are the primary concerns of a college president. After all, a student who is not being stimulated, interested, challenged, is not being educated.
You said Professor Hamlin embarrassed you, Jerry. How?
Well, I was walking across the quad with Marge, my girl, when we met him. I'd cut his class, and he could see I wasn't ill, so I tried to brush it off. I said, "I'm sorry I wasn't in class this morning, Professor. Did I miss anything?"
That's hardly the language of diplomacy.
What did he say?
He said, "You didn't miss anything you would have understood."
Certainly walked into that one, yes.
I thought it was kind of a nasty crack, but Marge thought it was funny.
So do I.
Well, maybe I'm just being juvenile, but it's got me. I really want to make a change.
Have you spoken to your faculty advisor about this?
Yes, sir. But both he and Dean Smith rejected my petition for a transfer, so that's why I came to you with it.
Well, I'm not often inclined to overrule faculty decisions, Jerry, but before I give you an answer, I'd like to make a suggestion. Go to the college library and ask for a copy of the 1932 annual. Read the dedication and tell me what you think about it.
I will, sir.
I'll be busy for the rest of the afternoon, but perhaps you can come by this evening.
All right, Dr. Hall. Thanks for listening to me. I hate to ask favors. Well, goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, Jerry.
Goodbye, Mrs. Hall.
Goodbye.
And thanks again for the 30 cents.
Oh, that's all right. Now, Toddy, you're almost as cryptic as Louisa. What's in the 1932 annual?
The entire edition was dedicated to Professor Hamlin, and the dedication was written by Jerry's father. Nelson Carter gave his economic professor credit for his economic success and said that he was the one man who had taught him to think.
Oh, you are cunning and crafty. Do you think that'll make Jerry feel differently? I mean about Professor Hamlin, not about his father.
Oh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure we can change Jerry's mind for him that easily. He regards Professor Hamlin as an obstacle, and he's looking for an easy detour. Now, we've got to find a way of changing the obstacle into a challenge. As my father used to say, a man is on his way to an education when he can tell the difference between a stumbling block and a stepping stone.
America is bringing you this rebroadcast presentation of The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman. And now to return to Ivy. It's early evening, and Dr. Hall has placed a long-distance telephone call to Nelson Carter, Jerry's father, and while waiting for the operator to call him back, is improvising at the piano.
That's lovely, darling. Is it very early, Debussy?
No. As a matter of fact, very late Hall. I just thought of it this moment.
What are you going to call it?
Variations. Variations on the theme of Victoria while waiting for the phone to ring.
Oh. I told Louisa to answer the phone. And thank you, darling. That's lovely. Now do a variation.
The variations are infinite. Even when I listen to Bach, Beethoven, and Mozart, it's either the Passacaglia and Fugue in C Vicky Major, or the Victorian Symphony,
or the William Todhunter Overture, or the Bill Eulenspiegel,
or the Sinfonia Victoria Concertante.
Oh, the Liebestoddy. Well, anyhow, I don't care whether I'm a Sinatra or an etude, just as long as I'm in your musical library, darling.
The loveliest album don't worry, darling. Louisa will get it. The loveliest album I ever acquired. You know, I have a theory that music started with the first man who ever said to the woman he loved, "There are no words to tell you how much I love you." And so he hollowed out a reed, or fashioned a lute, or perhaps simply pounded on a drum to tell how he felt. Come in, Echo.
Excuse me, Dr. Hall, but the long-distance operator still can't raise Mr. Nelson Carter.
I see. Well, thank you, Louisa.
And Charlie wanted me to tell you how much he appreciated it.
Charlie? Oh, Charlie, yes. That's fine. Fine. But what did I do?
He used you for a reference because you liked it, and he signed up 2 fraternities already.
Vicky.
Well, apple pies?
No, they want apricot.
I think I've now assembled the necessary elements. At the risk of being tautological,
I always thought you were taught at Ivy.
Oh, no, Vicky. No, but Louisa, I gather that Charlie, your sister's husband, has contracted for the delivery of apricot pies to 2 fraternity houses on the strength of my enthusiasm at the lunch table.
That's what I said.
Oh.
Now, you said that Charlie never worked.
My sister does all the baking. Now, if you'll excuse me. Operator says she'll keep on trying that number. Charlie just makes the contact. I think we finally made contact with Louisa.
At the moment, I prefer to have made contact with Nelson Carter. I don't usually like to shift responsibility, Vicky, but in the case of his son, I think it advisable. Jerry has expressed the common complaint of the student who would like to change instructors when the going gets hard. I can't make an exception of him.
But, darling, do you think that it is just an ordinary complaint? I mean, if it were, wouldn't Jerry have come to you a long time ago? And if he were one of the clever campus politicians, you can be sure he'd have found ways and means of changing instructors without your even knowing anything about it.
Well, that's why I would rather not make this decision in my official capacity. I wonder if... What if I were to assume the role of a father in absentia? In loco parentis.
You've been in more places.
Well, after all, knowing Nelson Carter as well as I do, I don't think he would object if
That's probably your foster son right now. Now, don't bother, Louisa. I'll get it.
Good evening, Mrs. Hall.
Hello, Jerry. Come right in.
Good evening, Dr. Hall.
Hello, Jerry. Well, what did you think of the 1932 annual?
It was very interesting, Dr. Hall. I'm sure Dad meant what he said about Professor Hamlin. But to be honest with you, it doesn't solve my problem.
Even though your father admitted that he'd had a similar difficulty when he first studied with Professor Hamlin?
I guess I have a mental block. I hate to quit, but he's got me on the run. I'm just a student, so there's no point in my trying to fight back.
Yeah, but perhaps that's exactly what Professor Hamlin would like you to do.
Why, Mrs. Hall? So we can end up by flunking me?
Jerry, I didn't want to mention this to you before, but what if I were to tell you that your father has been partially responsible for Professor Hamlin's attitude?
What? How could he be? Dad's... Say, wait a minute. Do you mean that he put Professor Hamlin up to this? That he asked him to give me the works?
Well, Jerry, I know your father well, and you're very much like him. He grasped things so quickly as a student that he didn't have to think very hard. And that can lead to mental laziness. Now, suppose your father, remembering his own experience, told the professor to make it a bit difficult for you, to prod you, to make you think.
Did you say suppose?
Well, you know your father. What do you think?
Yes, that must be it. You know, Dr. Hall, Dad is quite a guy. Really tough. I remember the first time I ever asked him for a bicycle. Brother, how I had to sweat to get that bike.
And, brother, I'll bet you appreciated it when you got it.
And I appreciate my father, too. I should have guessed. This is all part of Dad's toughening up process. All right, then. I'm taking on Professor Hamlin starting right now. No holds barred. I don't promise to like him, but he can't crowd me out of a class if I decide not to be crowded.
Well, that's splendid, Jerry. And I'm sure your father expected you to do just that.
Yeah, but don't be too hard on the professor now. We wouldn't want to see you up for assault and battery.
No. Professor Hamlin may never win any student popularity polls, but he's a fine teacher. And you'll never forget him.
I promise you this, Dr. Hall. I'll keep an open mind.
I get it. Oh, no, that's your call, William. You better take it.
Hello, Dr. Hall speaking.
Well, hello, Bill. It's Nelson Carter.
Just a moment. Hold on, please. Yes, Jerry. Now, what were we...
Well, you're busy, so I'll be on my way, Dr. Hall.
Yes. Come again soon.
Bill, what's the matter?
Just a moment, please. Jerry, if you'll excuse me...
Oh, of course. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
And, Mrs. Hall, if you ever need a taxi, just give me a ring, and I'll promise to have the tank full. After all, the least I can...
Yes, that'll be just wonderful. I'll see you to the door.
Hello, are you still there?
Hey, Bill, what's going on?
I'll explain. Just a moment.
All clear, Toddy.
Good. Hello, Nelson. How are you?
Well, fine, but I'm not so sure about you.
Well, Nelson, the truth is that I was just about to be caught red-handed in the middle of a big, small misrepresentation with your boy.
Say, is Jerry there? Let me speak to him.
No, Nelson. He's gone now, fortunately, because I didn't want him to hear me tell you what I told him you had done.
Bill, this is either a lousy connection or... Are you keeping something for me? Is Jerry in a jam?
No. He's been having Professor Hamlin trouble, just as you once did.
Really?
And I was hoping that you and I could get together on this. But he came here this evening before I was able to reach you.
Bless your heart, Phil. You weren't presuming. You were telling the truth. I wrote Hamlin a month ago and told him to put the screws on the kid. He needed it.
Oh, you did? Thank you. You've just made me an honest man again.
Tell me something. Did it work?
Well, I'd rather put it this way. It's working. He's a fine boy, Nelson, and I believe that when...
Hold it a minute, Bill. And working fast, too. That's Jerry trying to get me on the other line now. He's probably going to give me the devil. I'll call you back, Bill, and thanks for all you've done. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Vicky, that was Nelson...
Yeah, I know. Nelson Carter, Jerry's father, who really did what you told Jerry he probably did without knowing he's really done it, which he seems to have done before you even said he did it.
Yes. And when you get time, darling, you might extract the subject and predicate from that sentence and mail them to me in a plain envelope. However, I am definitely relieved. Even a well-intentioned prevarication is a risk I would not often recommend. One's intuition can be wrong, you know.
Not yours, darling. Your virtue is so flawless that even when you attempt to tell a lie, it turns out to be the truth.
Tonight's script was written by Milton and Barbara Merlin and Don Quinn, based on a story idea by Clyde W. Park, Professor of English Emeritus, University of Cincinnati. Music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell.
Surround us here today, and we will not forget, though we be far, far away. Through the halls of ivy, every voice will bid farewell, and shimmer off in twilight like the old vesper bell.
One day a hush will fall, the footsteps of us all will echo down the hall and disappear. But as we sadly start our journeys far apart, a part of every heart will linger here in the sacred halls of ivy, where we've lived and learned to know that through the years we'll see you in the sweet and
by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream, the cream shampoo for true hair loveliness. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, Charles Dant and the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing the title tune from the new Edgar Bergen motion picture, Fun and Fancy Free.
I'm full of fun and fancy free. That's the way I want to be. I don't let my troubles trouble me. I'm fancy free and full of fun. Got no time to worry none. I'm too busy singing in the sun. If you should have a chronic ache, pills won't make you strong. The only tonic you should take is a teaspoonful of salt. So if you really like to be happy, lucky, just like me, drown your frowns, my friend, and you will see that you'll be full of fun and fancy free. If I should see a gloomy gust, I'd never hang around. You'd see me raising quite a dust, 'cause I'd be elsewhere bound. So if you really like to be happy, lucky, just like me, drown your frown, my friend, and you will see that you'll be full of fun and fancy free.
Famous beauty authority Kay Duman now sends you the winning secret of true hair loveliness. Your hair can be your most captivating charm with one touch of magic, Luster Cream Shampoo. Yes, whether your hair is honey blonde or raven black, sunny brown or fiery red, it's your natural hair appeal that men love. And more women of all ages are discovering that Luster Cream Shampoo brings out the fullest natural glory of their hair. Not a soap, not a liquid, Luster Cream Shampoo is an amazing new dainty cream that whips up luxurious lather like magic in hard or soft water, sweeps dullness away, and in its place leaves hair heavenly soft, shining, obedient. Out of her wealth of cosmetic lore, Kay Duman blended lanolin with special secret ingredients to achieve this almost magic new cream that offers your hair a stunning new sheen and finish. Try that economical $1 jar of Luster Cream Shampoo, now at all cosmetic counters. Also 30-cent and 55-cent sizes. Thrill to all those admiring looks coming your way when you begin using Luster Cream, the cream shampoo for true hair loveliness. Well, as you know, when our young hero Dennis Day met the girl of his dreams, Mildred Anderson, over a year ago, his immediate problem was to get on the good side of her mother. Unfortunately, he's made very little progress with that problem. In fact, he hasn't even found out yet whether she's got one to get on. So this morning, he decided to seek some advice from one who's unquestionably a qualified expert on the matter, the cuter half of the Anderson family.
Mr. Anderson?
Yes, my son?
I've been wanting to have a talk with you for some time, sir. It's about Mrs. Anderson.
My little lump of love?
Yes, sir, but with me, she isn't that kind of lump at all. In fact, she hates me.
Oh, now, Dennis, I'm sure you're mistaken. It's probably just that you do something now and then that annoys her.
Yes, sir. I breathe.
Well, don't you stop, my boy, even for her.
But I gotta do something, Mr. Anderson. I can't go through life always scared to death of her.
Well, why should you, my boy? Now, I've known Poopsie for years, and I assure you she wouldn't harm a fly.
Maybe not, but boy, the way she treats human beings.
Now, Dennis, you mustn't feel that way about my wife. She has a hard exterior, yes. But way down deep inside her is a sweet, kindly, lovely soul.
Mr. Anderson, I have no time for dredging. I need help now.
Yes, son, I see your problem. Mrs. Anderson didn't have much respect for me either, right up to the day that I asked her to become my wife. But then, she looked at me in a different light.
Yes, sir, but I don't think a step like that would be practical for me.
Well, to tell the truth, I really didn't have it in mind for you. But now what we need is some little, hey, wait a minute. I think I have it.
Are you sure I want it?
Yes, I think you do. Remember a few weeks back, my wife's club put on a drive to help juvenile delinquency?
Yes, sir.
Well, they have a new project now. They want the city of Weaverville to build a new jail.
Gee, they must have helped juvenile delinquency no end.
Well, no. As far as I know, the two projects are unrelated. Except that because of her work on the other one, they made Mrs. Anderson the chairman of this one.
Oh, I see. And you think if I could help her in some way...
Exactly. Now, if she can get the city to erect a new jail, despite the objections of the mayor and the chief of police, I have a hunch the club presidency is in her lap. So you see, if...
Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Anderson.
Good morning, Blossom Face.
Gee, Mrs. Anderson, I just heard all about your problem with the new jail, and you know what? I'm going to help you.
Dennis, don't say things like that, even if you're joking.
But, Mrs. Anderson, I want to help. Don't you want to hear my ideas?
Why should I?
I might have a good one. You can't listen to your common sense all the time.
Dennis, I'm warning you. Stay out of this. We're taking a public opinion poll on a new jail, and that's all that should be necessary to convince the mayor and the chief of police.
But I know the chief of police personally, and I could have a talk with him and present your side of the case.
Certainly not. Let's at least keep our old jail. If you get mixed up in this in any way, young man...
Good morning, everybody.
Oh, good morning, Mildred.
Good morning, Mildred. Just remember what I said, Dennis. Come along, Herbert. Get your Hoover. This is your thorough cleaning day.
Yes?
My goodness, Dennis, what's the matter?
Oh, I just offered to help your mother with the new jail, and as usual, I made quite a bit of back way.
Oh, gee, they really should have a new jail. Prisoners escape from this old rat trap in droves. It'd be wonderful if you could do something... Say, wait a minute.
An idea, huh?
Oh, a beauty. Look, I'm the secretary of the committee headed by Mrs. Phillips to take a public opinion poll on the new jail.
Yeah?
Well, suppose I list houses to call on where we're sure no one's home.
This is a beauty?
Well, sure. Because there will be someone there. You.
Me?
Of course. At each place, you open the door just wide enough for Mrs. Phillips to hear you but not see you. Then in a different voice each time, you vote yes on the poll. Wonderful?
Wonderful. That's trespassing, illegal entry, housebreaking.
Not if we don't get caught. We'll pick places that are unoccupied or up for sale. Come on, let's go.
You know what, Mildred? If you passed your ideas around to everyone in town instead of just me, they'd have to build a new jail.
See how easy it was? This house was open for inspection, so we have a perfect right to be here.
Gee, never in my wildest dreams did I expect to become all the answers on a public opinion poll. I wish I... Oh, my gosh, look, here's Mrs. Phillips coming up the walk.
All right, now, don't get excited. Just remember which way to vote and disguise your voice. Be Italian or something.
Gee, I don't know much about Italian, but I'll try.
How do you do? I'm conducting a public opinion poll.
That's a fine. I'm a vote the wee-wee.
I don't quite understand.
What's I mean, my shoe? I'm in favor of the new jail.
Why, how did you know that I was going to ask you that?
Well, that is the question on everyone's lips, you know?
Yes?
Well, you happen to pass by just when I get a Bible to mine. Good night, please.
Dennis, you've just got to be more careful after this.
Yeah.
Come on, her next stop is 349 Elm.
Okay.
How do you do?
Howdy, Bub.
sorry, Babes.
My dear sir.
Got something on your mind, lady?
Why, yes, I have.
Well, as the bald-headed rose said to the stripteaser, let's get it off.
In your opinion, does the city of Weaverville need a new jail?
Why, sure, ma'am. As the clerk in the girdle department said to the fat lady, there ain't no getting around that.
Well, thank you very much.
Oh, much better, Dennis. All right, let's go.
How do you do? You're the owner of this house, Professor Nikolai Rudensky?
Da.
Well, I'd like to ask you a question, Professor.
Da?
Yes. Will you answer it?
Da.
Does Weaverville need a new jail?
Da.
Oh, thank you, sir. And goodbye.
Da-da.
Okay, lassie, I got my opinions, but they're no for free. Now, if you'll give me a halfpenny for my thoughts. Thank you, ma'am. I vote aye. Hey, Ben, who's the Svensson domestic?
Well, Hulda, do you think Weaverville should have a new jail?
Oh, yeah, sure, you betcha. Oh, sure, me all the same a flavor on new jail for Weaverville, you betcha.
Well, thank you very much. And may I have your name, please?
Me all the same hip long on fasting dang ding dong bong from Hong Kong.
Could you repeat that?
Oh, no, very sorry. Just made it first time.
How do you do?
Well, Faith, now on the top of the morning to you, Colleen, darling. And what is it I can be after doing for you this fine morning in the store of Hushla McCree?
Why, Dr. Goldberg. What your sign says outside the door, Dr. Goldberg.
Oh.
Tell me, Dr. Goldberg, do you think the city of Weaverville needs a new jail?
You're asking me and I'm telling you. What
Well, so far so good, Dennis. And this is the last place.
Yeah, but I'm running out of voices. I can't think of anybody else to be.
Dennis, just use your imagination. You've got to think of one. Oh, my gosh, here she comes. I'll run out and try to stall her while you think of something.
Okay.
You, Mrs. Phillips? Oh, Mildred. Yes, I knew you'd be passing by here, so I thought I'd meet you. How's the poll going?
Oh, my dear, it's a landslide for us. But you know, the strangest thing, I never see anyone. No, they just open the door a crack and put their foot in it.
Oh, really?
Yes. And oddest of all, they're all wearing the same clothes. Light brown slacks and sneakers. Even Hulda Swenson, domestic.
Oh, well, you don't say.
Mm-hmm. I do believe it's a trend, my dear. I must wire Adrian immediately. Well, I wonder who I find in this last house. They've all been so unusual today. Good day. I beg your pardon, but could you open the door just a bit wider?
No, I can't, because I'm only 3.5 years old, so there, too, sir.
3.5 years old?
Yeah, 2.
Well, then how do you explain the fact that you're wearing light brown slacks and sneakers?
Second childhood?
I don't think so. Perhaps I'd better push open the door and find out for myself.
No, wait.
Dennis Day! So, it was you all the time.
Well, Mrs. Phillips,
You've ruined my poll, that's what you've done. My report is worthless. I'll have to tear it
Well, Mrs.
To
Phillips,
think of you being in every single one of those houses. How could you do a thing like that?
We used Mr. Anderson's car.
What if the idea did blow up in our faces? You're not going to quit, are you?
Yep.
Dennis Day, are you the kind of a man who takes a beating lying down?
Nope, I get up and run.
Well, you're not giving up. I have another idea.
Oh, no, Mildred.
Yes. This Mayor Brown who's fighting the new jail is a very impressionable man. Now, if an important senator from Washington in a big hat and a handlebar mustache told the mayor we needed a new jail, he'd...
Mildred, no, not a senator. I won't do it. I won't.
Dennis?
No, this I positively and definitely will not do, and that's final.
Dennis Day?
Very well, Poopsie.
Come in. Mayor Brown, my name is Gregory. I'm a big senator from Washington, D.C., that is.
Senator, why, this is a pleasure. Sit down, sir.
Thank you, old master. Mayor, we hear reports in Washington that you'd make a mighty good congressman.
Congressman? Oh, Senator, not really.
Yep. Now, how do you stand on price control, Mayor? Labor, foreign relations, housing, the tariff?
Well, gosh, I don't believe I ever gave any of them a thought.
By George, you might even make the Senate.
Gosh, Senator, honest?
You bet, son. Only there's something standing in the way of your career. We hear you got a bad jail.
A bad jail?
Mighty bad, son. We hear it's so bad that you got to lock people in it.
But they're prisoners, Senator.
They vote, don't they?
Well, yes.
I love every one of them.
But what can I do, Senator?
Build a new jail, son, and fast. I've got big plans for you, but you've got to cooperate. Now, the first thing that we do...
here's our chief of police. Chief, I want you to meet someone.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Chief.
Now, as I was saying, Mayor...
Wait a minute. You know this man, Chief, and he's not a senator?
A senator? Dennis Day? That kills me.
I don't think it's going to do me much good either.
Oh, impersonating a senator, eh? Day, do you know I could have you jailed for this?
But I did it for a good cause, Your Honor. That jail you've got is an old rat trap. Why, anybody could break out of it.
Anybody, huh?
Why, sure, they... Chief, why are you looking at me like that?
You said anybody could get out, didn't you?
Are you... Is somebody going to get a chance?
We're going to hold you on a technical charge of impersonating a senator, wise guy. And if you can get out of our jail, we'll agree to build a new one.
Me? You're going to put me in jail?
Why, you'll be out in an hour. You said yourself was an old rat trap.
Yeah, but suppose I was wrong. You leave a boy of my type in jail with those hardened criminals?
That's their tough luck. They should have thought of that before they committed their crime. Come on, you.
Hey, Frankie. How you coming with that hole?
Okay. Ought to hit daylight any minute now.
Atta boy, keep digging. We got to get out of this. Wait a minute.
Eh?
Quick. Cover up the hole. Here comes the chief with a guy.
Okay.
Okay, kid. Right in here with these two boys. Well, I'll see you, chum.
Hiya, kiddo.
Hello, bunkies.
What's the moniker, kid?
The what?
The name. I'm Harry the Hook.
Yeah, I'm Frankie the Fink.
Oh, I'm Dennis the Day.
What kind of a name is that? What kind of a name is that for a crook?
Well, you see, I'm not really a full-fledged criminal. I'm just sort of an elderly juvenile delinquent.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. They just put me in here to see if I could find a way to get out. Say, you boys don't happen to know anyway, do you?
Oh, so that's it. You're a stoolie, huh?
Huh?
All right, talk, kid. How much do you know?
Beg pardon?
Oh, don't give me that. Spill it. How much do you know?
Well, I went through junior high.
That's not what I mean. Do you see this fist, buddy?
Yes, sir. It's very nicely formed.
How'd you like it in your face?
I wouldn't.
Then talk. Come on, say something.
Yes, sir. Under the spreading chestnut tree.
Shut up!
Yes, sir.
Let me at him, Frankie. There's nothing I like better than taking care of a stoolie.
Lay off, Harry. The guy's no stoolie.
I'm telling you he is. Let me at him.
You're crazy, Harry. He's too dumb to be a stoolie.
Oh, yeah?
Listen to your friend, Harry.
A wise guy, huh? I'll show you how we handle stoolies around here.
What's it? You push him right into the...
Hey! Gee, look, a big hole in the floor. Imagine that.
Yeah, imagine.
Say, we better tell the chief, huh? A prowler could sneak in here that way.
You hear that, Frankie? He wants to tell the chief. And you said he wasn't a stoolie, you dumb ox.
Yeah, well, who pushed him into the hole in the first place, you lunkhead?
Who are you calling a lunkhead?
Who are you calling a dumb ox?
You.
Oh, yeah?
So you want to play, huh?
Yeah.
Gentlemen, fellas, Funky, please. Hey, you're liable to hurt someone over here, not see yourself. Harry, wait a minute. Oh, he's not watching. Frankie, don't hit him with that phone. Gee, I guess I just bring out the beast in people.
Hey, what's going on here? Oh. Holy smoke. Frankie and the hook, both out cold.
It's my fault, Chief. You see,
Your fault? Why, you little tiger.
Huh? Why?
What's this? A hole in the floor.
Yes, sir. That's what started it. You see,
Jack, are you all right?
Mildred and Mrs. Anderson, what are you doing here?
The mayor phoned us. We came down to get you out.
What is this? What's going on here?
This kid just cooled off both these thugs.
What? Dennis? How did it happen?
Well, the way I figure it, the kid dug that tunnel to make the break he said he was going to make. And those two thugs demanded to be taken along. They got tough about it, so Day here, well... Let's have the rest of it from you, Day.
Oh, no, go right ahead. You're doing fine.
Good heavens, look at the size of the hole he dug.
And in less than 5 minutes. How did you do it, Day, with no cool tools of any kind?
Oh, it wasn't very hard rock. I just used my teeth.
Good gosh. Well, this boy has taught me a lesson. The town does need a new jail, and I'm going to see that it gets one.
Oh, Dennis, sugar baby, you doll, you.
Gee, I lead the most unpredictable life.
Oh, Dennis, I'm so proud of you. I could just kiss you.
I'm going to kiss him. I think he's just the most Dennis Day, come up out of that hole.
Yes, ma'am.
Dennis Day will be back in just a moment with a song. But first, here's a fact worth knowing. Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And just how important that is, our Colgate players are going to demonstrate. Let's look in on a young couple with a love seat, but no love. Listen.
Gosh, Judy, you sure are scrappy lately. I've been spending more time in the doghouse than Fido.
Oh, Jim, I don't like these cat and dog fights any better than you do.
Well, then tell me what the trouble is, Judy.
Well, Jim, your dentist can handle that subject better than I can. So ask him, won't you?
And here's what Jim found out. Scientific tests prove that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And Colgate's safe polishing agent brings out the natural sparkle of your teeth, cleans them thoroughly and safely. Yes, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over other brands tested. So to clean your teeth thoroughly and safely, for a wake-up flavor everyone enjoys, use Colgate Dental Cream. Remember, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. With Charles Dant and the orchestra, here's Dennis to sing the beautiful old favorite, the Whiffenproof Song.
To the tables down at Murray's, to the place where Louis dwells, to the dear old Temple Bar we love so well. Sing the Whiffenpoofs assembled with their glasses raised on high, and the magic of their singing cast its spell. Yes, the magic of their singing, of the songs we love so well, shall I wasting and Mavurnin and the rest. We will serenade our Louis while life and voice shall last. Then we'll pass and be forgotten with the rest. We're poor little lambs who have lost our way. We're little black sheep who have gone astray. Gentlemen, conserve honor free, soon from here to eternity. Lord, have mercy on such as we. Gentlemen, conserve honor free, soon from here to eternity. Lord, have mercy on such as
Good night, everybody.
Remember, doctors prove the Palmolive plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. And this beauty plan with Palmolive soap was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive plan improves all types of skin. Brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive plan now.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Presents the Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Jerry Hausner, Hans Conried, Earl Ross, the Sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
It's close to Thanksgiving, and in Mel Blanc's little town, courageous suitors are taking advantage of the holiday spirit to approach prospective fathers-in-law on a delicate subject. In one house where Sam Green has asked Mr. Brown if he may marry his daughter, Mr. Brown is saying,
Sam Green, I'm going to set the date next week.
And in another house where Henry Adams has asked Mr. Jones if he may marry his daughter, Mr. Jones is saying,
Henry Adams, I'm going to make you a junior partner in my firm.
And in the Colby house where Mel Blanc has asked Mr. Colby if he may marry his daughter Betty, Mr. Colby is saying,
Mel Blanc, I'm going to break every bone in your body.
Thanksgiving Eve, and in order to get in Mr. Colby's good graces again, Mel Blanc is holding a Thanksgiving party in his Fix-It shop. He has invited a few of his friends for Thanksgiving dinner. Right now, we find Mel and his girl Betty setting the table. Knife, plate, fork, knife, plate, fork, knife, fork.
Mel, those were the last two plates. Now what'll you do?
Oh, don't worry. Knife, piece of plate, fork. Knife, piece of plate, fork. Gosh, what a beautiful table.
Yes, there's the celery stalks, stuffed olives, candied yams, cranberry sauce, all the fixings.
And in the center, that great big, beautiful 15-pound salami.
But Mel, Father will be awfully mad. He's expecting turkey.
Oh, I took care of that. I scooped out the center of the salami and I stuffed it with chestnut dressing. And besides, Betty, what difference does it make? Salami or turkey? It's the spirit of Thanksgiving that counts.
But, Mel...
Anyway, the orphans' home needed the turkey much more than I did.
Oh, darling, I love you for giving the turkey to the orphans' home. You always were a softy for children.
Well, Betty, you know how I feel about us. Someday we'll get married and we'll have a little two-room house.
Yes. Then after a while, we'll add another room.
Betty, I refuse to have your father live with us.
Darling, I mean children. After we get married, there's no reason why we can't have 3, 4, or 5.
Yeah, and if we like them, the next year we'll have some more.
Well, if Dad gets mad at you for not having turkey, I'm going to tell him why.
Oh, that's another thing, Betty. I don't want you to tell your father anything. Don't tell anybody. I did it. I'm glad I did it, but I don't have to advertise it.
Ah, that's the nicest thing I ever heard, darling. For that, I'm going to give you a great big kiss. Well, now say something.
Such a kiss for a 15-pound turkey?
Yes.
Gosh, I wish it had been 50 pounds. Well, if it isn't our lodge secretary, Earl Ross. Hey, how you feeling, Brother Ross?
Potato salad.
Oh, yeah, Betty made it. Say, why don't you try some?
Well, just a small plate. I don't want to spoil my appetite. Delicious. Pass the olives, Mel. No, not the green one. There's a picture of a green one.
Say, why don't you have another sandwich?
No, thanks. I've already had 2.
You've already had 4, but who's counting? Go on, have another one.
Oh, here comes Father, Mel.
Say, who's that fellow with him?
Oh, that's Willie Murdoch. Father just hired him to manage the supermarket. He's rather nice.
Rather nice. Betty, have you gone out with him?
Well, Father insisted that I go to the movies with him last night.
You and Willie at the movies? Dark places? Betty, why didn't you tell me?
Well, darling, it's Thanksgiving, and I didn't want to upset you. Now, you be nice to him.
Hello, Mel. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving, Mr. Colby.
Oh, Mel, I want you to meet my new manager, Willie Murdoch.
Hello, Mr. Murdoch.
Hello, Blank. Heard a lot about you from Mr. Colby. Don't let it get you down.
Willie, this is Mr. Ross, secretary of our Loyal Order of Benevolent Zebras. Mr. Ross is a very good friend of mine.
Oh, well, Mr. Colby, any good friend of yours is a good friend of mine. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Ross.
Pass the mustard.
This is a very nice fix-it shop you got here, Blank, but I've got a couple of ideas to improve it. First of all, it's too stuffy in here.
Well, it could use a little air conditioning.
Blank, you can't condition this air. You got to get rid of it. And next, you take down that picture of the city dump on the wall.
Murdoch, that's no picture. You're looking through the window.
Oh, well. I see Miss Colby is unattached. Better go over and attach myself. Get it?
Thanksgiving. Why couldn't the Pilgrim Fathers have landed on him?
Here's Zookie. Hello, Zookie. Happy Thanksgiving.
Oh, hello, everybody. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving. Merry Christmas.
Hello, Zookie.
Oh, hello,
Betty.
Thanks.
Say, how do you like my new dress, Zookie?
Oh, gosh, Betty, you're the most beautiful... you're the quintessence of lovely... you're the acme of...
Oh, by the way, Zookie, I got a letter from my cousin Dottie and a new picture of her. Here, look. Cousin Dottie is so shy and sweet and coy. What do you think of her bathing suit? Zookie, can I get you a little something before dinner? What would you like?
I'd like some potato here. I'd like some some candy there. Yeah. I'd like that picture of Dottie.
Say, Betty, did you know that Mel invited us here for Thanksgiving dinner and there's no turkey?
Well, you're right, Mr. Colby. Mel invited us for Thanksgiving dinner and there's no turkey.
Why, Thanksgiving isn't Thanksgiving without turkey.
That's exactly my thought, Mr. Colby. Thanksgiving isn't Thanksgiving without turkey.
Huh. This guy can easily be replaced with a sheet of carbon paper.
I tell you, this is preposterous. Zookie, where's Mel?
Oh, he went back to the kitchen.
Oh. Well, I want to talk to him. And Murdoch, Willie, you take care of Betty.
Oh, well, if you say so, Mr. Colby. Anything you say goes, Mr. Colby. I'm your boy, Mr. Colby. You know you can count on me, Mr. Colby.
Mel is in a jam again. I got to go and explain everything to you. I got to go and warn you. I got to go and tip him all. I got to go.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
No dates for you this festive season? Could a breath of trouble be the reason? Maybe, because that breath of trouble, I mean unpleasing breath, has brought unhappiness to thousands. Don't let it mark you down. Just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate Tooth Powder. For Colgate Tooth Powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing, and remember the name, Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Now, Victor Miller, the Sportsman, and their holiday arrangement of Good Night, Ladies.
Good night, ladies. Good night, ladies. Good night, ladies. We're gonna leave you now. Merrily we roll along, roll along, roll along. Merrily we roll along o'er the deep blue sea, o'er the deep blue sea. Farewell, ladies.
Goodbye.
So long.
Good night.
Farewell, ladies.
Goodbye.
So long. Good night.
Farewell, ladies. For we're gonna leave you now. Merrily, merrily we roll along. Merrily, merrily we roll along. Merrily, merrily we roll along o'er the deep blue sea. Merrily we roll along, roll along, roll along. Merrily we roll along o'er the deep blue. Merrily we roll along, roll along, roll along. Merrily we roll along o'er the deep. Merrily we roll along, roll along, roll along. Merrily we roll along o'er the. Merrily we roll along, roll along, roll along. Merrily we roll along o'er the deep, deep blue sea.
Well, Mel Blanc is giving a Thanksgiving party in his fix-it shop to get in the good graces of his girl's father, Mr. Colby. But so far, everything is going wrong. Mr. Colby is mad because there's no turkey. Willie Murdoch, the new supermarket manager, is making a play for Mel's girl. Right now, the party is in full swing, but we find Mel disconsolately talking to Betty's kid brother, Tommy, in a corner of the shop.
Boy, is my dad sore at you, Mel.
Yeah, Tommy, and I gave this party just to make an impression on him. What can I do to please your father?
Mel, I know something you can do that'll surely please him.
You do? What is it?
No, you're too young to die. Oh, anyway, my papa's mad at you for having salami instead of a turkey at this party.
Yeah, I know.
Mel, why don't you tell my pop you gave the turkey to the orphan's home?
Now, you keep out of this, Tommy. The reason I'm not saying anything is because this year your father forgot to give them a turkey himself. And if I said anything about it, it would only embarrass him.
Oh.
Oh, Mel, here comes our large president, Mr. Cushing.
Good, I'll go over and welcome him.
Holiday greetings, Brother Blank. Ugga-boo-boo-wugga.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-ugga. How are things?
Wonderful. Happiest Thanksgiving I ever had.
Well, where's the wife?
Home in bed with laryngitis. Happiest Thanksgiving I ever had.
Gee, that's too bad. How's she feeling?
Darn that penicillin.
Say, how did you get laryngitis?
Well, Mel, we went to the UCLA-USC football game. Little woman went completely berserk, kept screaming her head off.
She did?
Yeah, with the first opportunity she ever had to yell at 22 men all at once.
You mean now she can't talk at all?
Not a word. She just lies there in bed and hisses. Empty the garbage pail, shake out the carpet sweeper, clean up the kitchen. I wish she wouldn't tell me what to do.
I have my own system for doing the housework. Gosh, Mr. Cushing, it must be tough living with your wife.
Mel, if you only knew. Last night we went out and she said, "Look at me, John, I'm dressed up to kill." Gad, what a temptation.
I tell you, Mel, I'd leave that woman in a minute if she didn't have all that money. I don't know why I'm standing here telling you all this. It's just that I don't know the doctor.
Oh, cheer up, Mr. Cushing. When you get your wife a Christmas present, everything will be okay.
Well, she's already hinted about a present. She wants some beauty aid. Ha!
Now, Mr. Cushing, after all, beauty is only skin deep.
Mel, she's already been peeled. The nerve of that woman. She asked me for a beauty makeup kit.
Well, what are you going to get her?
With her face, a box of Dr. Scholl's foot pads. Nothing help that woman, Mel.
Well, I have to let you in for another disappointment, mighty potentate.
Huh?
I haven't any turkey.
What a relief.
You're happy not to see a turkey?
Mel, are you forgetting? I've been looking at my wife all day. Well, on to the party. Oh, I see Brother Colby here. Greetings, Brother Colby. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
And there's Brother Ross. Greetings, Brother Ross. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo, good passes all ugga.
And little Tommy. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga.
All right, Mr. Cushing, all right.
Well, I'm sorry. Sort of run away with Bugaboo, huh?
All right, come on, everybody. Let's all have fun. Does anybody want to hear me impersonate Charles Boyer? All right, I'll sing a song.
Anybody hear the story about the cop in Brooklyn?
Shall I sing now?
You've never heard this story before.
Is it about the cop finding the dead horse on Kosciuszko Avenue?
Uh-huh.
And he can't say Kosciuszko, so he moves the horse to Main Street? Shall I sing now?
No! I'll tell another one, and I know you don't know this story. A fellow was having soup in a restaurant, and he called over the head waiter. See here, sir, he exclaimed. There's a fly in this soup. And what do you think the head waiter said?
Did he say, what do you want for a dime, an elephant?
Yes, and I wish you'd drop dead. I'll try one more story now.
All right, everybody quiet now. Mr. Colby's going to try one more story. Go ahead, Mr. Colby. Everybody keep quiet.
Thanks, Murdoch, thanks. Well, it seems a man in a restaurant called the waitress over and said, my cocoa is cold. Well, replied the waitress, if your cocoa is cold, put your hat on it.
Oh, very funny. Very, very funny.
Shall I sing now, Mr. Colby?
I've had enough from you, Mel Blanc. You've ruined my entire evening.
His entire evening.
Father, let's...
And you've got a nerve inviting people to a Thanksgiving party and not even having any turkey.
Yeah, not having any turkey.
But, Father...
Hey, when do we eat? I'm starved.
That's a good idea. Come on, Father, let's eat.
No, all right.
Okay, everybody, sit down now.
There's a fine, yes. This food looks wonderful. No home cooking.
Well, everybody seated?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay. I'll carve the salami. Who wants a leg?
I do.
I do.
Everybody wants a leg. I should have gotten an octopus.
I'd rather have turkey. Colby, will you stop? Everyone knows salami is much safer than turkey.
Safer?
Yes, no bones.
Oh.
Well, Tommy, what part do you want?
I want the part that goes over the counter last.
And how about you, Brother Ross?
Well, I don't know. I'm losing my appetite. Just give me the dark meat.
The salami is all dark meat.
That's what I said. Just give me the dark meat.
Oh, Murdoch? What part do you want?
I always let Mr. Colby choose first.
All right, Mr. Colby, what part would you like?
Oh, this has gone too far. I refuse to sit here and be made a fool of.
Oh, but Mr. Colby...
Well, this can't go on any longer. I'm going to tell Father.
Betty, please.
Huh? Tell me why.
Why we haven't any turkey tonight.
Oh, come in.
Is Mr. Blank here?
I'm Mel Blanc, little boy.
Mr. Blank, I'm from the orphan's home. I brought you a piece of your turkey.
You did?
Yes. It tasted so good, all the boys wanted you to have some. They wanted me to tell you how much they appreciated you remembering them on Thanksgiving Day.
Gee, thanks.
They also asked me to give a message from all the boys at the home. Do you mind if I give it?
No, go ahead.
2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? Mel Blanc, hooray!
Thanks a lot.
So long, Mr. Blank.
So long.
Gee, wasn't that sweet?
Mel,
you gave your turkey to the orphanage. Oh, why didn't you tell us about it?
Well, you're right again, Mr. Colby. Mel Blanc, why didn't you
Oh, shut up!
Well, Mel, he didn't want to tell you because you forgot to give your turkey this year.
What? Why, I always give a turkey to the orphanage. In fact, I told Willie Murdoch Murdoch, didn't you deliver that?
Mr. Colby, it slipped my mind.
Oh, it did. Murdoch, come here. I'm going to break every bone in your body.
Quiet, everybody. Mr. Colby's going to break every bone in his body. Gee, it sounds good on somebody else. Oh, forget it, Mr. Colby. It's Thanksgiving. Let's forgive.
Yes, you're right, Mel.
Yeah, let's forgive and let's eat.
All right, here. Sit next to me, Mel, my son.
Thanks, Pop.
Nothing like the smell of salami on Thanksgiving.
You see, Betty, it's like I said. What difference does it make, salami or turkey? It's the spirit of Thanksgiving that counts. This is Mel Blanc saying Happy Thanksgiving, and that's all, folks.
This is Bud Houston reminding you that Colgate Tooth Powder for breakfast sweet and keep it sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure and join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Remember, Mel Blanc every Tuesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Of Bluebonnet Margarine and Tenderleaf Tea present The Fred Allen Show with Fred's guests Monty Wooley, Portland Hopper, Minerva Pius, Peter Donald, Parker Fenley, the DeMarcos, Al Goodman, his orchestra, and Kenny Delmar. You'll be hanging up a new calendar this week, so start right from page 1. Remember the letters FNE for flavor, nutrition, economy. Bluebonnet Margarine gives all three: flavor, nutrition, economy. Yes, Bluebonnet means real nutrition. No other spread for bread is richer in food energy, richer in vitamin A the whole year round. No wonder Bluebonnet is so good for growing youngsters, the whole family. So when you buy margarine, buy the best. Remember, Bluebonnet is the margarine that gives all three: flavor, nutrition, economy.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is our final program of 1947. For the last time this year, I'm about to say those immortal words, and I quote, "Here he is again, Fred Allen."
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Portland, tonight we close our books for the fiscal year. If you have any jokes left over from 1947, this will be your final chance to tell them.
According to my book, I have 3 jokes all told.
You mean all told that you haven't told? Well, what is your little sneaky one? What is your first rouser you have left over? I use the word rouser optimistically at this point.
In Poughkeepsie,
Yeah.
200 coal miners are out of work.
But there aren't any coal mines in Poughkeepsie.
That's why they're
you not to have told that earlier in the year. You know, that could have spoiled the whole rest of the year, that one. What are your other two screamers?
As the waiter said when he served the horseradish, I hope this covers your beef.
And sure, we've got the doors bolted, you know. Nobody can get out. They're just going to sit here and take it, you know, regardless of... What, and your last one?
It's about a lady from Boston.
The lady from Boston?
She said to the pencil sharpener, don't you know it's rude to point?
Well, speaking... I won't even bother waiting. Boston, I'm sorry you brought the whole thing up. Speaking of Boston, do you know in the Boston Public Library they keep one room empty?
One room empty?
It's for the books that are banned in Boston. That brings us up to date with our non-result getting lives. Now, what is in the news?
New York just had a snowstorm that was bigger than the famous blizzard of 1888.
Yes, I know. The paper said the snowfall was 25 inches.
Mama said if it snowed one more day, they'd have to make Admiral Byrd mayor of New York.
No kidding. You want to tell the Poughkeepsie joke again? It's just... We could have kept on telling those same three jokes. It's not...
And the snow was so deep in Brooklyn that the mounted policemen had to stand on their horses.
Stand on their horses, to look over the drift. Well, I'll tell you, they had a big truck scooping up snow on Broadway. When they emptied the truck downtown, they had 20,000 tons of snow and 14 pickets.
All the kids in our street built a snowman.
A snowman? I passed the YW last night, and 4 old maids were outside building a snow woman. Rules, you know. And speaking of rules, I'd better start footing it for Alan's Alley.
What is your question tonight?
Well, as the old year comes to its annual close, the newspapers always chronicle the outstanding sports and news events of the departed 12 months. And so our question tonight is, what, in your estimation, was the outstanding event or happening in 1947?
Shall we go?
As the 2 billiard balls said when they saw the cue stick coming, let's get rolling. Here we are in Allen's Alley, Portland. Say, the senator has a Christmas wreath nailed on his door. It's an old spare tire painted green with a red ribbon on it. Well, let's knock.
I say, who's jiggling my lamp? Oh, it's you, son.
Well, Senator Clegg.
Well, son, I've been busier than a near-sighted Mexican trying to pick up 2 pounds of jumping beans. You know, Dick Stafford demanded that list of grain traders. Half of Washington's gone underground.
You mean the grain?
Politicians are flocking to cooperatives.
Cooperatives?
Yeah, they don't even want to be caught with a little corn in their shoes.
Well, confidentially, Senator, did you as man to man now, did you ever speculate in grain?
On my honor, hope to die, hope the cattle spit in my eye. I ain't had nothing to do with grain since I sowed my wild oats.
Well, how are things around the White House, Senator?
Humming, son.
Really?
Margaret's back home, and this week somebody sent a puppy to the president. The puppy was a Democrat.
How could you tell that the little puppy was a Democrat?
He had his eyes open. Yeah, I can use that joke, son. I'm writing Harry's 1948 campaign speech.
Well, hope it goes better in the speech than it went tonight, Senator. Harry may give it something, you know. Tell me, what is the speech about?
Well, the president's going to stop people from cutting down trees.
Cutting down trees?
Yeah, he don't want the Republicans stumping the country. He don't want them stumping the country.
I had the misfortune to have heard you the first time. Tell me, what are the Republicans doing about 1948, Senator?
Well, they're calling in Ralph Edwards.
Ralph Edwards?
Yeah, he's putting on a big Republican contest.
Republican contest?
Who is Mr. Hush?
Well, confidentially, who is Mr. Hush?
Tom Dewey. So long, Tom. So long.
Say, in all the excitement, I forgot to ask the senator the question. Well, I'll ask Mr. Moody, I guess.
Sorry, Bob.
Mr. Moody, you sound a little hoarse.
I know. I got a cold in the head.
You too, huh? Well, how could you catch a cold in the head?
I got a run in my stocking cap. Well, Before I cut the cat's tail off, I was catching cold all the time.
You were catching cold on account of the cat's tail? How come?
Well, when the winter's freezing cold...
Yeah?
A short-tailed cat don't keep the door open so long coming into the house.
Well, tell me, Mr. Moody, what, in your estimation, was the outstanding event of 1947?
Why, the big wind on March 12th.
How bad was the wind?
I'll tell you.
Oh, I wish you would.
My wife, Labelia, was sitting in the yard milking.
Uh-huh.
The wind blew the cow clean out of my wife's hands.
You mean your wife?
My wife was left sitting there with her hands clenched over an empty pail. Yeah, and then the wind went downtown.
Did it do any damage down there?
Why, it blew two old ladies across the street before Boy Scouts could help them. And then the wind, it went into a sporting goods store.
Uh-huh.
It so happened that there was 40 moose calls laying on the counter.
40 moose calls, huh?
Yeah, and the wind blew them 40 moose calls all to once.
Uh-huh.
It was the biggest moose call ever heard in Hoosick Falls.
The biggest moose call, hey? Well, what happened?
Why, the Elks Clubhouse jumped off its foundation and come waddling down Main Street.
How long did the wind last?
Oh, kept blowing all night.
All night?
Yeah, about midnight, it blew all the knobs off the outside doors.
Yeah?
I ran out. I was fuming.
Fuming, huh?
I was in my pajamas.
Did the wind rip off your pajamas?
No, just blew my top. So long, Buck.
This is too much for me. Let's see what can happen at this next door.
Howdy, Chappie.
Oh, Mrs. Nussbaum. Say, you have your overshoes on.
I'm just coming back from the movies.
Oh, the movies, eh?
Radium City Music Hall.
Radium City? What was the picture?
Good news.
Good news, huh?
It is the life of Gabriel Heater.
Fine.
And on the stage is dancing girls, the Ricketts.
The Ricketts? Well, Mrs. Nussbaum, what to you was the biggest thing in 1947?
Without hesitating, I'm answering the new look.
The new look, eh?
But why they are calling it the new look, this to me is altogether confusing.
You mean with those long skirts?
There is the look. There is nothing to see.
Well, have you personally attempted the new look?
When it is first coming out, I am surprising my husband Pierre.
Oh, good. What was your outfit?
With a long, ravishing camel's hair ballerina skirt.
Yes.
I am wearing a raccoon peasant blouse.
Yes.
Hopping out with leg of mutton sleeves.
I see.
Over black seamless nylons
yes.
is peeking out rhinestone pantalettes.
Peeking out.
With cinnamon-colored gaiters.
God.
With this, I'm wearing open-toed moccasins.
Yes.
And overall, a baggy weasel cape.
Yes.
Caught at the neck with a Tootsie Roll. The 10-cent size.
The 10-cent size.
And for a staff, I am carrying a buffalo leg.
A buffalo leg. What happened?
When I'm coming home, I'm saying, surprise, it is the new look.
Well, what did your husband say?
Pierre also is saying new look.
New look?
New look for another husband.
Well, that brings us to the little shanty on the simulated bog at the end of the alley. Let's arouse Mr. Cassidy.
Now, watch out, the horse has a horse on the alley. Oh, how do you do?
How do you do? Good evening. Good evening. Well, Mr. Cassidy, what do you think was the biggest thing that happened in 1947?
Oh, so many things happened in 1947, me boy. It's hard to decide.
Really? Well, what were some of the big events?
Well, now, there was that day in Rasputin Rooney's butcher shop.
Yes.
A 300-pound pig come to life on the butcher's block.
Yes.
The pig took the cleaver away from Rooney, chased him in the icebox, and hung Rooney up on a hook.
No, that wouldn't be the
That wouldn't be it.
No.
Well, now, there was the night me Uncle Trilby Cassidy put the live wire in his pocket.
He put a live wire in his pocket? What happened?
Oh, sparks started shooting out of his derby and both of his legs lit up.
Well, that would hardly be the outstanding event of 1947.
Wait a minute, wait. There was the day I went to work.
You,
Oh! People came from miles around. They couldn't believe their eyes. I had to take an oath it was me.
Well, Ajax...
Oh, wait a minute. I have it. Now, the outstanding event in 1947
was the Big Four meeting in London. Well, that's more like The it. Big Four. No wonder they couldn't agree. What do you think? Oh, sitting around in them high-back chairs, surrounded by diplomatic protocol. But afraid to cross their legs for fear their stripy pants would get baggy in the knees. Well, look. Afraid to turn their heads for fear they'd cut their throats on them stiff wing collars. How could any four men agree? Well, do you think you can help the Big Four? You know, I can have the Big Four throwing their arms around each other and seeing eye to eye in 20 minutes. How? Well, I'd take the Big Four into Kerrigan's cozy corner. Yes? I'd escort the Big Four into the back room. Yes? I'd sit the Big Four down at a table. And? I'd say to Kerrigan, give the Big Four a fifth. Goodbye, you boys. Now we keep our rendezvous with the five DeMarco sisters. With the pompous Al Goodman atop his podium conducting, the DeMarcos sing Near You. Girls?
There's just one place for me, near you. It's like heaven to be near you. 'Cause when we're apart, I just can't face my heart. Say you'll never stray more than just 2 lips away. If all of my hours could be spent near you, near you, near you, I'd be more than content. Near you, near you. La 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 la. But I can't believe that I'll spend the rest of my days so very, very near to you, dear. Near you, I want to be near you. I'd be more than just content near you. Make my life worthwhile by telling me I'm going to spend the rest of my days right near you, close to you. My address will be permanently near you.
And now we pause briefly for sponsor identification.
All through this season of extra guests, you'll be enjoying more tea. Here's the way to enjoy tea more. Get Tenderleaf tea balls, first choice of the nation because they're better in every way. Yes, Tenderleaf tea balls are the best sellers everywhere. First of all, because they make superb tea. In your cup, the fragrance is more tempting, more delightful, and the flavor richer still. It's the flavor of the small, young top tea leaves, the choice leaves of the tea plant. On the growing plant, you'd see the difference between those top leaves and the old, coarse leaves lower down. In your cup, you can taste it. So get that finer flavor every time in Tenderleaf tea balls. They're made with tasteless filter paper, more convenient to handle, more gracious to serve. And they protect your tea from any unpleasant specks. There's nothing but pure enjoyment in your cup. Be sure you have plenty on hand for your New Year's callers. They're packed in boxes of 8, 16, 48, and 100. Stock up tomorrow. Ask for Tenderleaf brand tea ball.
We have just previewed a few bars of Serenade of the Bells through the courtesy of Maestro Al Goodman and 25 men who are playing New Year's Eve in the Catskills, where they will be known as the Sour Cream Serenaders. And now, ladies of, say, Portland.
Yes?
Have you noticed sort of a used fragrance rampant in here?
Yes, it's me.
Well, how have you suddenly acquired this soiled pungent?
Mama gave me some perfume for Christmas.
Perfume? Oh.
It's like surrender.
Like surrender, and what is yours called?
Fight back.
Fight back. Well, it certainly is. You are exuding the aroma of a fawn's lair.
You get many presents this Christmas?
Oh, yes. All my friends in radio remembered me. Mary Margaret McBride sent me a wicker muffler with the names of all of her sponsors painted on it, 7 feet long. It has spats on the end of it. You can walk in it if you like. Jack Eigen sent me a big Toffanetti potato. Somebody sent me a cuckoo clock.
A cuckoo clock?
Yes, but it's broken. The cuckoo comes out backwards.
Can't you exchange change it?
Well, I took it back to the store, and what a time I had.
What happened?
Well, last Friday afternoon, I put the cuckoo clock under my arm and started over to Gimbledale's department store. Well, this is Gimbledale's. I wonder where the clock department is. I'll ask at this information booth. Pardon me, miss.
I'm sorry, sir. This gentleman was first.
Oh.
Now, what is it you want?
I want you to show me how to get out of this inferno of humanity.
Monty, Wooley. Monty, what are you up to? Lost in a department store?
I'm doing my Christmas shopping.
But Christmas was last Thursday.
I have to do my shopping after Christmas.
Well, why?
To avoid those nauseating incidents that occur at this season of the year due to my alleged resemblance to that mythical busybody, Santa Claus.
You are involved in nauseating incidents?
With depressing regularity. Just a few minutes ago, a vile little cherub kicked me in the fibia.
Yes.
He said, I told you I wanted a machine gun. What do you mean bringing me that umbrella?
No kidding.
Last Christmas, while I was shopping, some little brat climbed up on my back and said, what are you going to bring me for Christmas, Santa?
Yes.
I said, little boy, put your ear close to my mouth.
And when the little boy put his ear close to your mouth,
I bit it.
Monty, you bit the little boy?
Yes, and he tasted very sour. He must have had an acid condition.
But at Christmas time, Monty, everyone is supposed to be gay.
Gay? Fred, have you ever thought of Christmas from the viewpoint of a turkey?
Well, no.
At Christmas time, the turkey mortality rate is staggering.
But, Monty...
Fred, how would you like to be a turkey?
Well?
You're running around a barnyard in Maryland with your turkey wife and your little turkey children.
Yes?
Suddenly a cold hand is clamped over your wattle.
Over my wattle?
The next thing you know, your dog meat is being consumed by a total stranger in Lindy's.
But, Monty, Christmas...
Oh, Christmas, blah. The ridiculous gifts people send each other at Christmas.
Well, what did you get, Monty?
A cellophane smoking jacket with asbestos sleeve.
Yes.
A dozen handkerchiefs with the word Gesundheit embroidered in the corner.
Yes.
The complete works of Ilka Chase with ladyfinger bookmarks.
But ladyfinger bookmarks?
If you get hungry while you're reading, you can eat the bookmark.
Oh, I see. Well, where did you spend Christmas, Monty?
I always spend the holidays up at my home in Saratoga.
Saratoga? Say, it must be wonderful.
Yes, Fred. I have a real old-fashioned Christmas.
A real old-fashioned Christmas?
Yes, Christmas morning. The minute I arise, I have 3 old-fashions.
Fine.
And then I sit down and turn on my radio.
You tune in a Yule program?
The annual broadcast of Dickens' Christmas Carol.
And you listen?
I spend an entire hour hissing Lionel Barrymore.
Monty, how can you be so bitter?
Well, it's my nature, friend. As a boy, I took great delight in letting the air out of little girls' bicycle tires.
Oh, Monty, you're kidding. I saw you in your new picture, The Bishop's Wife. Why, the whole plot is about Christmas. You and Cary Grant are wonderful.
Well, that's why I came on from Hollywood, Fred. I made a personal appearance at the opening of The Bishop's Wife.
Oh, did Cary Grant come on, too?
No, but I think the audience was expecting it.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, when I walked out on the stage...
Yes?
Everyone shrieked, look, it isn't Grant, it's Lee.
Nice to have seen you. I've got to scoot along, Monty. I have to exchange this cuckoo clock.
Cuckoo clock? What's wrong with it?
Well, it keeps time all right, but when the clock strikes, the cuckoo flies out backwards.
Backwards?
Look, I'll show you. You see?
You say that clock came from this store, Gimbledale's?
Yes.
I'll get this clock exchanged for you. I have a credit card here.
Good.
You won't have to stand in line. You'll be out in 10 minutes.
Well, don't bother, Monty.
No bother, Fred. I'm well known in this store.
Yes.
The exchange department's on the 3rd floor. Follow me.
Let's go, Monty.
Here we are, Fred. Third floor.
Here comes the floor walker.
Floor walker.
Yes, can I help you, gentlemen?
My name is Monty Wooley. I have a credit card here at Gimbledale.
Oh, yes, Mr. Woolley. What is your problem?
My friend here has a cuckoo clock.
Yes, it's broken. I'll show you.
There, you see?
Well, what's wrong with that? The cuckoo came out, didn't it?
Well, yes, but it came out backwards.
With all those feathers, how can you tell the front end of the cuckoo from the back end?
The front end of the cuckoo has a bill on it. Haven't you ever seen the front end of a duck?
But you're not returning a duck.
One more word from you, and I'll take that gardenia out of your buttonhole and thrash you to death with it.
Now, wait a minute. Monty, please, why argue? Monty, I just want to exchange the clock.
Oh, an exchange?
Yes.
You'll just step into that line.
Line? I have a credit card.
Oh, a credit card. Well, go to the complaint department next aisle over.
Now, come on, Fred. I'll have to get you out of here in 10 minutes.
Well, here's the complaint department right here.
Oh, yes. Miss?
Yeah?
My friend here has a complaint.
A complaint. All I hear all day long is complaints. Just once I'd like to have somebody look through my lattice and say, Lauren, I ain't got no complaints. Everything's okay.
Miss, I am not interested in your sordid and ungrammatical soliloquies.
Your father's nibbling.
Your grandmother wears sports shoes.
And your uncle's got no nostrils.
Your mother's left leg is a pogo stick.
Now, Monty, please.
I'm sorry, Fred. I lost my head.
Miss, I have a defective cuckoo clock here.
Yes, my friend wants to change.
Yes.
Well, what's wrong with it?
Show her, Fred.
All right, now look, miss.
So what's wrong with that?
Well, the cuckoo comes out backwards.
Maybe he's bashful.
Bashful? This is ridiculous. For your information, miss, my name is Monty Wooley. I have a credit card.
A credit card? Why do you say so? Take the clock to the credit window down this aisle.
Now, look, Monty, I'll bring the clock back some other time.
Nonsense, Fred. I'll have you out of here in 10 minutes.
But, Monty...
Here's the credit window right here. Pardon me.
Right you are, gentlemen, at your service.
My name is Monty Wooley.
I know. I've seen you in pictures.
Oh, really?
Yes. I don't particularly care for your work.
That is beside the point.
My favorite actor is James Mason.
I don't care if your favorite actor is Buster Crabbe. I'm here on business.
I beg your pardon. You want a credit?
No, it's not. It's for me. I want to exchange a cuckoo clock.
The cuckoo is defective.
Yes, this is the clock right here. Look. See?
I say, the cuckoo has no sense of direction.
What the clock needs is a new cuckoo.
Have you tried the Audubon Society?
The Audubon Society. This molting, backfiring monstrosity was purchased in this store, Gimbledale.
Yes, it was given to me for Christmas.
Well, it teaches us a lesson, doesn't it?
A lesson?
Never look a gift horse in the mouth.
He isn't looking it in the mouth.
It comes out backwards.
That, I should say, is your problem.
Quit stalling now. My friend wants snacks.
Quiet you. Remember, I've seen you in pictures.
I have an insane desire to take your toupee off and butter the inside of it.
Monty, don't get excited.
Why shouldn't I get excited? I have a credit card.
A credit card. For your information, you're at the wrong window. Get about you at window 7.
Window 7, eh? Well, come on, Fred.
Now, look, Monty, I'll keep the clock.
No, Fred, my mind's made up. I'm seeing this thing through.
Well, I can't spend the whole day.
I'll have you out in 10 minutes. Here's window 7. Miss.
Oh, it's you two crumbs again.
I'm looking for window number 7.
This is number 7.
I thought you were in the complaint department.
Just after you left, I got promoted.
Well, look, miss.
I know, your cuckoo comes out backwards.
Now, what?
Miss, I have had about enough of your moronic sarcasm.
Well, why don't you get in the clock and look out every hour, bristlehead? You're cuckoo.
This insubordinate is reprehensible. I have a credit card. I demand to see the manager. Where's the manager's office?
Oh, Mr. Heatherwhite, that door behind the water cooler.
Now, come on, Fred.
No, Monty, I've got to go.
I'll have you out in 10 minutes.
Here's the manager's office. It says Mr. Heatherwhite.
Now, follow me. Yes? Mr. Heatherwhite?
Yes, but I can't see you without an appointment. If you insist on staying in here, I'll have to turn my head.
My name is Wooley. I have a credit card.
Yes, Mr. Wooley. Is something wrong?
Wrong, Mr. Heatherwhite? My friend Mr. Allen has been trying to exchange a cuckoo clock for the last 3 hours.
Yes.
He has been insulted in every department but women's wear.
If this is true, Mr. Wooley, heads will roll. I'll get out a memo immediately in triplicate. Now, about this clock.
Well, it's this cuckoo clock I have here.
The cuckoo comes out backwards.
Yes. Watch this, Mr. Hesselwhite.
Gas! The missing clock.
Missing?
It was stolen 2 weeks ago.
Stolen?
Who gave you the clock, Fred?
Well, I don't know, Monty. It was under my Christmas tree. There was no tag on it.
A likely story. This clock was part of a $100,000 jewelry haul made by shoplifters.
Just a minute, Hesselwhite. I'm no shoplifter.
Allen, you'll get 20 years.
20 years? Monty.
Don't worry, Fred.
But 20 years?
I'll have you out in 10 minutes.
Before we remind you to remember Bluebonnet Margarine and tenderly see on your shopping day, I want to thank Monty Wooley for his visit tonight. Next week, our guest will be Mr. James Mason. Thank you, good night, and a Happy New Year. Good night. Thank you. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.